Hello, 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 and welcome to Feedback Friday, Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob Johnson. How are you all doing today? This fine day. Hope you're all very well. Hope my audio and video and everything is working as it's supposed to. I've been having some fun computer things. I was actually troubleshooting my previous computer that I had to take my work machine back from the office to kind of like have a more reliable system. I had to kind of like do some tests on it. I was doing them last night, trying to see if I needed to replace any hardware or whatnot. So I had to like re-plug in my monitor on this one, the drawing tablet. So I'm sure I'll run into some kind of issue with that. Who knows? I always seem to time things where I'll have the most technical difficulties on stream possible. So and this should be a perfect day for that. Audio is good. Okay, cool. Last time I was coming through pretty quiet, so I think it should be turned up appropriately. But let me know if you need it turned up or not. Oh, hello to the East Yorkshire in the UK, Jonathan. Hi. I miss being in the UK. Miss being outside in general. You're right. But yeah, one day, I hope that the team will get to go and visit again. So, well, we will, but one day soon. Yeah, so today obviously we're doing art. If you looked at the description, it'll give you a hint of what to expect today. There has been requests for me to work on a heads-up display, though the one I'm working on today isn't going to be kind of like, you know, figuring out the mechanics of the tribal isles or something like that. That could be a future stream, but I have a specific special HUD I'm working on today. I've been kind of doing a lot of back and forth with Andrew and the team to kind of like figure out how it should work, what it should do, what it should have. So most of that's kind of figured out. Today it's kind of more about moving bits around, making it look pretty. So hopefully that's interesting to you guys as well. I've been pretty frustrated with Photoshop and Adobe in general. They've kind of like made changes that make, you know, using the tool messier at times, and it just kind of like eats my computer's like resources and hangs, and I don't know. So I've been looking for alternate tools to work with, and recently I've been interested in Clip Studio Paint, and so I've been kind of playing around with that on my own projects, trying to learn how to animate in it, and that's been fun. But I'm also trying to see if I can kind of like adapt my current workflow with MouseHunt stuff into a different system like Clip Studio. So as a, you know, just challenge to learn it, I'm actually kind of like working on assets using the program. So I've been kind of like figuring out how the tools are similar but just different enough that I kind of need to, you know, learn how to use them properly. So it should be extra interesting on stream today for me to just kind of mess things up and try to do stuff that I know how to do already, but I'll have to figure out how to do it now. So why not add that on top? I always have to kind of make things messier for myself, so that should be fun. Yay! I'm glad you like art streams. I think next week I'll be doing an art stream as well. And I haven't talked to the team to iron out details, but I might be trying to run an art contest for the birthday. No, you know, confirmation on that. I probably shouldn't even be saying this without kind of like ironing out stuff. But yeah, if we do get to do that, I'm gonna try and get it sorted so I'd be able to talk about the details on the next stream, which I believe I'm hosting. So we'll see about that. No guarantees, but just a heads up that that could happen. And if not for the birthday, I will be running an art contest soon. because I think it's a lot of fun. We haven't done one for a bit, and it was requested, so I think that'd be nice. Um, and yeah, so Clip Studio is much more kind of focused on drawing and painting and kind of like those elements that I use Photoshop for. So I'm actually going to jump over to the HUD. So I don't know if you can tell what this is. It's not necessarily in its kind of like, clearest state at the moment. I'll let you speculate for the moment. But yeah, so basically it's a program that is more designed around using it to illustrate or create comics or animate. It specifically has like a nice kind of like set of functions or features that let you actually animate fluidly, as opposed to when I've tried to do it in Photoshop before. The hunter's horn was animated by me in Photoshop, where I actually had to kind of draw the different layers and put those into the timeline system there, which is very clunky to kind of like smoothly animate. You have to like change what frame you're in and like go to the correct layer and draw on that, and it can kind of, if you try and like move things around in the timeline, it really messes it all up. And so switching to something like Clip Studio, when I've been kind of experimenting with that, it's been just like, oh, you like click a button and like the layer you're working on changes appropriately, so you can just keep drawing and like jump back and forth and draw on whatever animation cell you're supposed to be on, and the different layers are grouped into kind of like a single frame. It's just a much smoother, nicer way to work it, and you can move things around without it messing everything up. So I'm actually planning on reanimating the horn, just clean it up and make it pretty. Like if you've done MouseHunt tournaments, the kind of like silver horn was an animation I did also in Photoshop, but I did that later when I kind of like knew a little more and cleaned it up, and so I could basically do what that is, only even better now. At least I assume I could do a better job of it at this point, because that was still many years back. So that should be fun to do. Maybe I'll be able to do that on stream another time. But what we're doing today is kind of like more, static interface. No animations I'll be doing or anything. I'm not an animator, so that's not something I'm kind of like going to be adding a lot. But I am trying to kind of like build an interface where you click on things and it's going to be able to kind of like give you the feedback it needs. So there will be kind of like button states and mouse over, and kind of like when you click it, it looks a little different, stuff like that. I won't be building that functionality, but I'm designing for it. And whoever works on the front end, almost always kind of Andrew or Parham if it's the mobile side. I believe Andrew's kind of doing both of them right now. But effectively, we talk about kind of like, oh, okay, so how should this work? What features does it need? And we kind of like design that on pen and paper, and I'll do some sketches, he'll do some sketches, and we kind of send them to each other back and forth, and just kind of like adjust and tweak to kind of like remove excess detail that could confuse, add in more kind of clarity and kind of how it'll work. And it's something that we've kind of like honed our skill at over the years. And of course, the art team's very involved in all kinds of HUDs. Maxine's kind of illustrated a number of them more recently, and all the devs can kind of like be a part of kind of like, oh yeah, it should have this feature. And so it's a very kind of team-based effort. This one has been kind of a bit smaller. It's not as kind of like needing a million different kind of like inputs and angles to understand what it needs to do. I'll kind of go over what it is, and someone already guessed at a vending machine. Oh, Dave explained it. Okay, well that's why. Although hopefully visuals, it's kind of like, yeah, I could see that being a vending machine. Things aren't laid out how they need to be yet. That's one of the things about it. I need to move stuff still. But yes, it is a vending machine, and if Dave explained it, then excellent. All right. Definitely looks like a vending machine. Okay, cool. Is MouseHunt a dying game? It isn't actually. We could actually, well, I don't have them on me, but looking at kind of the statistics of kind of like activity and stuff like that, it's actually impressive what it's done. And we are kind of like looking at more ways to actually kind of like bring even more life to it. One of the things that I'm going to be working on is kind of repurposing and tooling early areas and designing those so that the people that we do onboard, and we have many people come in every day, we, like most kind of games that exist out there, especially long form games like this, you only kind of like keep a percentage of the people that come and see the product, and so there are many areas where we could improve that experience for people, especially because it's such an old game. There's a lot of elements about the design, like the artwork, the horn, the early mice, stuff like that. They kind of like reveal their quality at the time they were created. So there's a lot of improvements that can be made, and we've been since this recently and start of the year, we've added some team members, which is going to give us more capability to kind of like have some people actually dedicate proper time to these kind of like things that we want to improve. We added a new artist at the start of the new year, which brings the art team to 4 people full time, and that means that I actually will get to kind of like focus a little bit more on kind of designing more gameplay and old HUDs to kind of like bring better game design. And basically through that, the plan is to kind of improve the kind of early experience and future areas, which Dave and I have been having lots of interesting chats about some ideas, and very excited about those, and I think you will be too. But yeah, basically a little more room for other developers to actually like kind of like not always be working on what needs to be done right then, and be able to kind of plan for improving elements of the game, designing future areas. Because what used to happen, and it was a little bit of a challenge, was the team was always kind of like, we have to work on this. This is kind of like the priority, which it was, and that's correct. But it meant we didn't have as much time as necessary to kind of plan other elements of the project, and be able to kind of like, explore fully kind of like a new kind of areas idea, and kind of like workshop it to the point where as soon as we're done what we need to be doing right then, we already have kind of like the next thing designed to the point where it's like, okay, cool, we can just like get this up to speed now and work on that. There were times when we basically, we got what we needed to do done, and then suddenly it was like, well, now we need to like do the next thing, because that is important for kind of like how the whole system runs, but we didn't necessarily have as much kind of time to kind of plan, and so we would kind of have to try and construct it at like the train track as we're riding directly in front of us. And we've actually managed to do that very successfully, and create some incredible areas with that kind of like requirement, which is very impressive. But I think there were times when we might have kind of like figured out how to do something a little better if we had more of that runway, and we are actually giving ourselves more capability to do that now, which is excellent. And hopefully even kind of like, this isn't my domain, but updating some of the code base, which is incredibly old, and that would improve all kinds of things, not only in kind of like just developing the project, but also just kind of like features that are capable, and smoother for you guys, and all kinds of cool stuff. but again, less my domain. I'm sure Dave has kind of briefly discussed this kind of stuff as well. I should probably do art. I feel like I'm Jacobing, where I'm kind of like, yeah, just imagine the possibilities that are definitely coming tomorrow. So I don't want to kind of like give those impressions, but like as is, the project is still incredibly impressive, and we're growing the team. And people seem to still love what we do and support us for it. And I honestly really appreciate you being here with us and joining me in becoming a part of kind of designing what we're doing today, and just being a part of this project together. I think that that's where our greatest success is that we have such an incredible community, and I owe everything I get to do to you people. So I always try to show my appreciation for you when I can, because it's incredible what we've created together, and I am excited to continue doing this with you for however long it's possible. Really, I love it more than like it's just such a cool thing to do. Anywho, hope that isn't too cheesy and mushy. We're not at Valentine's yet, but yeah. So HUD. Basically, what we're looking at is a vending machine. The concept is that you will earn some tokens, and I'm not sure the specifics that Dave shared about this, but during the event, you'll earn the ability to kind of like come to this vending machine and make purchases from the vending machine. So the idea will be there are kind of these 9 slots. I believe we're looking at maybe 6 actual items to like occupy those slots. So some will be kind of empty and like have a sold out sign or something like that. And then that means that if we bring this back next year and we decide to add a new item to it, there will be a room for that. Or if we, during kind of development and testing, decide, oh, we should actually have 7 items, I won't need to redesign the HUD to accommodate for that. So although right now I think the number is 6 items, there are 9 slots, just for future proofing a little bit. Yeah. Oh yeah, and there's still like we're looking at kind of designing stuff for Whisker Woods. Lauren's been doing a lot of really cool concepts for that, which I think are exciting. Some really cool area ideas that have been in the works. And again, yeah, it's kind of the state where we're kind of like trying to make sure that we can be at a state where we can actually keep developing these concepts and have multiple people be sharing their ideas, and us being able to actually kind of like work them to a point where it's like, hey, this is ready to go. It's kind of like something we managed to do with the floating islands, and I'm super glad we got to be able to do it the way we did, because originally the concept was okay. It worked as a game, but it really was nowhere near as good as it got. And in the past, we might have just been like, well, we have no time to workshop this. We have an idea, we got to make it work. And so, we would kind of put that together and just put it in and kind of like, fight with it to make it good enough. Whereas, there was kind of enough room to be able to kind of be like, okay, so this does not work here, but this part's great. So let's kind of like figure out what makes that tick, and kind of like take that part out and kind of redo it, see what that means. And the kind of floating islands gameplay, I made like 3 totally different versions of it that were kind of based off of being able to kind of like bounce it back and forth between the developers and get feedback and redesign it. And thanks to that, it came together really well. So I hope to be able to do more of that with kind of like more artists on the team. I'll have more time to kind of explore that space. So I'm excited about that. All right, so the 6 items are not actually created, and they are currently being kind of like balanced by Dave, so I can't give you what those are. but I think they'll be a lot of fun. I'm legitimately excited to do some illustrations for those. Maybe I'll get to start one of them, sketch it out, because I think it'll be useful for this kind of like the design of this HUD to actually kind of like try and draw it in there. So that'll be interesting. But we're gonna try and focus on what I should be doing right now, which is doing this design. So I'm gonna try and focus on that. So one of the things, and this is a Clip Studio thing that I've just learned this morning, when exporting to show your like, wow, words. Oh, so basically I exported an image to show it to Andrew, and it like looked good. It was, you know, a nice PNG as I intended it to, but the method I went through to export it ended up actually saving the whole file as a PNG. Yet when I was working on it, it was in layers, and it looked like just kind of like, yep, this is just a regular kind of like Photoshop-like file where there's layers and groups and data and all that goodness. And you know, I saved it and I shut the system down, and I opened it up this morning, and the file that existed was a flat PNG. It turns out that if you kind of like don't do the export or save as how it should be, you might accidentally just make your file into just a PNG at the end of the day. So that's something I now know and won't do again. But thankfully, I wasn't like at a state where I needed layer data to kind of like work with. This is still kind of like the base layout, and I'm still going to be shifting and resizing things. So it actually doesn't, it didn't matter that that happened. And I'm glad that it did when it did, because now I know to avoid that. But effectively, this is what I started with, kind of like, you know, earlier when I was sketching and kind of like chatting with Andrew. And then after that, I was like, okay, I worked up kind of this version to kind of like change some dimensions. And then, yeah, I tried to export it, but I did it wrong. And so, yeah, I ended up just kind of like losing all the layer data. And yeah, that was my first face palm. But you missed that one. That was before the stream started. I opened it and I'm like, cool, looks good. And then I looked at the layer area and I'm like, oh, there's one layer. Now I get it. Yeah, so basically in Photoshop, normally it's saved as a PSD. And when you exported it in Photoshop, there would be kind of like a export tool that where, for me, it was, you know, save for web and legacy, or web and devices, and it was like a legacy feature. So, you know, who knows, next update, maybe they'll get rid of that tool altogether. That's kind of like something that I was like, I don't want to lose that, but I guess I am. But yeah, I did a save as PNG. I should have realized that that was just kind of changing the file to a new file, and that was done. What I do need to do when exporting is do the export single layer, which kind of is a little bit, I guess you can't see it because of my camera, but so I did a save as and PNG, but then I did export single layer, and that's actually what I'm supposed to do. But what's weird is when you see that export single layer, you would think that whatever layer I have selected in the program, it's just going to export just that layer. Apparently, it just kind of like takes it all as one and exports that. So it's fine. It works. And what's interesting is over kind of like the past week, I've been kind of experimenting with using Clip Studio and sharing what I've learned with the art team. And a lot of it's been like, hey, this is actually a really clever and cool way to do this. I like this feature that Photoshop does not have. Like you can do vector layers and stuff like that. And, you know, when you do a brush stroke, you can adjust that brush stroke where it's like math and cool and neat, and more artistic and blah, blah. All kinds of cool stuff. Lots of like neat little features. Like I can just, instead of going image, rotate, flip horizontally, and then it needs to process the whole thing, I can just like hit this button to flip back and forth, just like that, instantly. That's nice. Other cool things like light table, I don't really have a great way to show that off, but basically you can pull up references and move them, and it can be handy for doing animation stuff mostly. But the way the brushes work are way more customizable in some ways. In others, I'm not so sure. But what's nice is I was able to import all of my brushes from Photoshop to Clip Studio, which is a new thing. And so, yeah, I should have a blog for my Clip Studio lessons, you're right. But yeah, and so I was able to kind of like, when I first started playing around in it, I couldn't get any brushes how I wanted them, but then they added the feature to import Photoshop brushes, and they actually work very similar. There have been a few that I had to tweak the kind of spacing on, and that was not too difficult, but they actually have a lot more kind of like little dials and stuff you can play with to kind of like adjust exactly how it works. You can also do things like just holding down a hotkey of a thing and it turns into that tool, and then you release and it goes back to the tool you were working on. And like other things you can kind of like do with Photoshop as well, but a little more kind of like roundabout. It's more purposeful here. But then other things where it's like, oh, Photoshop, it's easy to do that, and I don't know how to do that in Clip Studio yet. Like looking at the grayscale preview, I can do kind of like preview color profiles. So technically I could do it if I could import my grayscale color profile, but I don't know how to do that yet. Once I know how to do that, easy. But I haven't found out how to do that yet. So for now I have to just kind of like make a layer at the top and set it to like hue and just kind of blast it with black. And it's not perfect is the thing. The values aren't exactly preserved, and so it's less useful than I would like. So I do need to find a better way to do that. Hopefully I can. But yeah, I don't know, if you guys use Clip Studio, maybe you have kind of little bits of advice, and that's nice. But yeah, like a lot of the tools are actually pretty clever. You can do some really cool stuff. But I'm not here to sell you the program. I also am very newbie at it, so I couldn't do that if I wanted to. So instead, let's just actually do some art. So this is all flattened now, which is actually not a terrible thing. I can just kind of grab things and move them around. One of the things that I was doing was create an editing layer, was kind of like adjusting the layout to kind of use the golden ratio, which is something that I like to rely on. It can be quite handy when designing. And there's actually a ruler that has that built into it. So you can kind of like set like, ooh, I want the golden ratio, or choose to divide it up however you want. And it can create kind of reference layers, or a ruler that you can kind of like, you know, attach to a specific layer or attach to a group of stuff, or, you know, it's like, it's actually pretty cool. So one of the things that I was talking with Andrew with, and this was kind of like the previous stuff we were looking at together and designing off of, was kind of moving this kind of bar to the right. The only relevant information here is just this counter here, the tokens that you've collected, because this is what you pop into the vending machine, and then you like, well, actually you don't actually take this action, but basically you click on whatever item you want. It would show the quantity, the cost in tokens down here, and this is how many you have, so you'll know like, oh, I can afford this or not. Click on that, and then, you know, it would have just kind of like a pop-up show up over top, and that would kind of like, you could adjust the quantity, it'll show you the total cost, click confirm, stuff like that. And so one of the things we were thinking is, okay, well, if we move this further to the right, not only do we have more visual space for this. You know, like we can see the image of the snack bag at a higher resolution, so we can, you know, put fun branding on it, which I think is going to be a lot of fun, like Riftios or something like that. So when you look at it as an image, you're like, hey, that's probably going to have Rift stuff in it. The color scheme, the weird, silly name that implies what it is, gives me an impression of what it has. So, you know, I won't need to kind of like necessarily like click on every single one, read the description of what it has, to like be able to kind of like get an idea that, oh, if I want something from, you know, the Rift, or maybe, you know, Mosu Pichu or something like that, I can look at the bag and just like be like, oh, that's the one I want. Because that's how a vending machine works. You know, you look at it, you don't see the name of the product written in a typeface below the actual package. You just look at the package and it's self-explanatory. So I want kind of the same thing to happen with this design, where the fun packaging is kind of like, hey, I see like, you know, labyrinth kind of patterning, that probably has stuff from the labyrinth within, you know, something like that. And then of course the name printed in silly font should be fun, and it'll just be like enjoyable to create. I think we can have a lot of, you know, silly whimsy in it. And so, you know, that's kind of the idea, is to kind of give more real estate to this so we can show those visuals and make them more readable. And then by moving this to the right, when we have this pop up, when you click on the product, and it's kind of like choose your quantity, click to confirm to purchase, that kind of thing. Maybe we'll make it so that you can still see this token on the right side if we don't kind of add it into this overlay. That way you can see like, oh, okay, so if I raise my quantity, it's going to cost, you know, 32 of tokens, and I have 36. Cool, I can make that purchase or whatnot. You know, stuff we have to still kind of like make sure this is how we want it to work. But for now, yeah, we're moving this to the right. We're making more space for this. We're changing it so that it's a 3x3, since we only need 6 slots, but we're moving it to 9 just to make sure we have enough. So we're cutting at the bottom row, and then by kind of pushing it, you know, a little taller than it is wide, that also lets me kind of add in that bar overlay without blocking the image very much, and show the cost in tokens. As well, one of the other pieces of feedback was to kind of just widen this a bit more. The original concept was whatever HUD you were in, so you know, the factory on browser or the factory in mobile, this thing would pop up over top, and so by having there be all that extra empty space, you might be able to kind of peek around the side and it's this pop-up. But then what we realized is, oh, well, you know what, like when you click on one of the products in here, it's also going to need its own pop-up. So then you would have kind of like a pop-up on top of a pop-up, which is a bit excessive. So instead, we're widening this out to kind of like take more space, more like regular HUDs do, where they're kind of like, there's a little gap on either side. But basically, for browser, it'll still work where it's a pop-up on a pop-up, and that's a little more okay. But on mobile, it can get a little more challenging to navigate. So I think the idea will be, you know, when you enter the vending machine interface, it's going to be kind of like, this is a new page. It's not a pop-up on top, and that's good because it'll be more comfortable to navigate to and easier to kind of work with. And then a pop-up on a pop-up, it doesn't exist there. It'll just be kind of like, enter the vending machine, click on the product, here's the pop-up if you want to purchase. Sorry, this is a HUD stream, you know, so it's going to be very kind of like weird specific details, and that's just what you get with HUDs. You guys requested it, so you know that's how that's going. I think if I end up doing something like, you know, the Tribal Isles HUD, it might be a little more kind of like scribbling out weird ideas and that, but right now, you know, we kind of know what we need it to do, so it's just kind of like trying to make it the most efficient at doing that. So obviously this is super wide here still. I did move it over. I widened the whole thing so it kind of like takes more of that space that we talked about. I'm actually going to, when I do the render pass on this, I actually want to make it like almost like wallpapered around the outside of this, and make it look like it's like in the break room or something like that. Maybe there'll be like, you know, the tiled floor of an office down here, and like some spills or something fun, you know, which is nice because if you're on like maybe a phone that is a bit smaller or shorter screen, if it ends up being, you know, kind of like the image is cut off, that's not really important. You don't need to worry about, you know, important, you know, elements being kind of cut off at the bottom. And so if you scroll down or need to scroll down, you'll just get to see like kind of funny, like, ooh, there's like gum stuck to the bottom. That's great. But yeah, all the important stuff is centered and kind of up on the top side, right here, really. You know, you need to see the count. You need to click on the item. Bing, bada bing, bada, got it. When we were discussing it, we were playing around with all kinds of, you know, silly ideas, like, oh, what if you had to like kick it to like, you know, maybe it jams and you gotta kick it and like knock the item free, and you like see it like, you know, wiggle and then fall down into the tray, and you click the tray to collect all the items. It's just like, I mean, that's really fun and cute, but it adds a lot of extra kind of like complexity on our end, but also for a user to use this. Suddenly, if it jams when, you know, that's not something that normally happens, you have to take an extra action to do that, and then, you know, the purchase pop-up, you know, covering over when it would be animating it, and, you know, all kinds of stuff where it's like when we kind of workshop it and try and figure out the details, we kind of realize, well, you know, it's fun and cute, but it actually wouldn't work. So it's neat to, you know, be able to do that stuff and find ways to add that fun. As I've mentioned multiple times, you know, Andrew's been kind of like figuring out how to do cute little fun animations and add that to kind of like just overall where we can. And I think that adds that extra kind of like just little juice to the you know, what you're doing. It feels more alive. So I think it would be fun to kind of like when you click on an item, it kind of like boop, kind of like hops and wiggles, and you know, a light will turn on for it, so you know you have that selected or something like that. But like if we wanted to go all out on kind of like, oh, there's this little rotating piece of metal that pushes it out and then it falls down, and it's just, that's too much. As much as I think it's cool, it wouldn't actually add any good value, and it would make it harder to use as a tool for the player. So, and we kind of want to get this done by a certain amount of time, so just not realistic to do it that way, but it's kind of cool, food for thought to figure out how that could work and how we would do that and why it wouldn't work, and understanding that. All right, so one day I'll actually stop rambling and you know, make the art happen. But yeah, so you can see over here, this is all kind of custom tools I've set up. When I mentioned that it's very customizable, this is kind of what I'm talking about. This is kind of like a quick, you know, toolbar, and you can do a similar thing in Photoshop, obviously. But I've kind of like figured out what tools I currently think are useful to me, and kind of like grouped them categorically. Of course, I got my good old triangle brush here, you know. I've got to be on a layer where I can actually draw. Yeah, but you can see that like the spacing is a little different than it used to be. I can tweak all that, but yeah, my like occlusion brush is back. My main brush actually works how I want it to now, whereas before when I tried to just build it from scratch, I couldn't quite get it to work right. But then yeah, I have stuff like flipping horizontal instantly. There's like interesting things like the lasso tool, where it just fills it upon kind of finishing the selection. I don't know if I'll actually use that, but I thought that was kind of cool. And other things that are kind of like cleaner than Photoshop can kind of do these things, but this is smoother and cleaner. But you can kind of do cool things like, all right, I create a line and then I'll curve it. and that's just a brush stroke, right? Whereas in Photoshop before, it would be like a pen object, and you'd have to rasterize it if you wanted to turn that into kind of like something you paint over top of, and stuff like that. But then there's also weird things like I'm very used to being able to hold Shift and then just draw, and it creates a horizontal or vertical line, and I use that a lot. And now when I do it, it's like, okay, I'm holding Shift right now, and I can just wiggle around. But if I keep holding Shift when I let go, now I have a preview of drawing a straight line. So I can do, like straight lines at any angle, but now if I want to do like a perfectly horizontal and perfectly vertical one, it's less reliable. So there's a push and pull, and I do require very horizontal, very vertical stuff when I'm doing HUD stuff, because these things are kind of like built in a browser. They need to kind of like snap together correctly, and all kinds of perfect pixel orientation stuff. And I couldn't do that with just a regular brush, but I did find the line tool. When you hold Shift, it actually does adhere to that. But now I can even do 45s. Not that that's the most useful, but there we go. So I have figured out a way to do what I need it to do, and that's cool. And then, yeah, there's also all kinds of other stuff. I'll try not to just be like, look at all these crazy things I discovered that are irrelevant to what we're doing. I'll try and just kind of, work on this, and as things kind of reveal themselves as being somewhat relevant, I'll share it, I suppose. I do need to rasterize this layer now, because it is just an imported PNG, thanks to me not knowing what I'm doing. And let me see if I can actually figure out how to do that. Normally in Photoshop, when you have a imported layer or special layer that's not just a regular layer, if you like click a brush inside of it, it's like, do you want to turn this into a rasterized layer? There we go. It's an option in its own submenu. There we go, it's rasterized. I can draw on it. So that's not hard. I just need to take a slightly different step to do it. No issue. Let's see, aspect ratio turned off. Hopefully I'm not going to be too rambly. I suspect I might be. I'm going to be a little scattered through this process because I am kind of like recalibrating myself while working on this, designing around it, and my graphic design skills are not very good. I shouldn't be someone you kind of look towards to be like, that's good graphic design there. I'm not. I know very few fundamentals and rely on those heavily. So that's what you get from me. But hopefully if it looks good enough, then you enjoy it in the end, and that's all that we need, right? I guess? I don't know. Yeah, to kind of actually look at the chat and answer a quick question. Yeah, don't save as a PNG. It'll, like, it looks like you're working in a regular file, but then, when you shut it down, you open it up, it's like, oh, that's just a PNG, okay. Yeah, keep it in its kind of native program format. You can use Photoshop files, PSDs, or convert them to clip files, which is the file type for Clip Studio. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that people are here for this. It's going to be an interesting day, I think. All right, so what do I need to do? Okay, one of the things, first step, I think, is going to be expanding this to fill more of that available space. So we've widened the vending machine already to kind of fill the area a little better, which gives us more real estate. And what we might do is kind of narrow this even further to provide more real estate. And one of the things we need to consider is the token. That's kind of the only important piece in this kind of right side. So we want this to be a good size to be visible, which right now it's more than adequate, I would say. But more importantly, I think this quantity window is the important thing. So that needs to be big enough that it can be visible easily on browser and mobile. And that's another thing that I don't know if I mentioned. The way that I'm designing this specific HUD, ooh, thank you. Got some Myconics. Sorry, you're just gonna have to wait for me to enjoy this. Candy. So sorry. The way I'm designing this is it will be a pop-up on browser that goes over top of the page. So you have your birthday HUD. It's like inside your main window. Click on the vending machine button. Boop, this pops up. And so it's kind of this vertical format, but it works because it's over top of things. It's if it was like a part of the HUD, I would need to kind of design to be really flat and horizontal. There are a few HUDs that kind of work that way, where when you click on a button and it goes to a different view, like the travel button in the Queso Canyon. Click on that and that kind of opens the travel system there, and that's kind of contained within that HUD itself. With this being a pop-up, it can kind of be whatever dimensions we need it to be. And we figure that, hey, if we just design it for the phone first, that makes it a lot easier. You know, these dimensions that I have here are basically the kind of like, this is a useful ratio of size for just mobile device. You know, it's a little squat compared to a lot of phones these days, but that just means that, you know, it's going to take up as much width as it needs. And on other devices like an iPad or something like that, it should just kind of like be able to fill the space available. So you get to see the most out of it as possible. And so, you know, being on kind of like a tiny little device like this, I want this window, you know, this little panel that is going to have the quantity to be readable. So I don't know if I can make this really much smaller and still kind of like be, you know, comfortable to read. And at the same time, these are going to show the cost. And so that needs to be readable as well. So what I'm thinking is at the end of the day, I probably need, I should be doing this sketch on a different layer just in case I do something weird like merge them, but I probably need this to be kind of like the same height, you know, as each other, because they're both going to show a quantity. They both need to be clearly readable. They're both related. So I'm not sure if I'll get to expand the height of the actual cubby or whatever we want to call these boxes for the vending machine items. Sorry, I'm getting really warm in this hoodie. It's getting sunny. Oh, as it always does when I'm streaming. Just blinding sun. Seriously, like I was talking with the art team yesterday, saying if you ever want to know when a very bright and sunny day is coming, I guarantee you it's going to be the next time I do a Feedback Friday stream, and hey, here we go. That's just how it works. I apparently make it a very sunny day. Anyways, sorry. So I don't know if I'll be able to kind of increase the height of that item, because if I kind of scale it into the width that I want it to be, so if I bring it like all the way out here to here, let's say, you know, that's making it quite a bit taller as well if we keep that same aspect ratio. And then at the same time, I think these panels where the quantity is going to be displayed actually needs to be taller. So maybe when I do scale it up, these kind of boxes will remain kind of the same ratio, but like the actual panel will take more of that space. I don't know. We'll see. kind of one of those things that when I actually do it, I'll know then, as opposed to pure speculation. All right. Yeah, sorry. For people who are kind of joining more recently, or to everyone, because I don't know if I actually explained the concept very effectively, this is for the upcoming birthday event, the Super Refactory, wherein you will be earning some special kind of vending machine tokens during the event, and then you'll get to come to this little vending machine interface and choose your little prizes and kind of buy those from the vending machine using the tokens. I kind of almost think of it like when you're at an arcade and kind of playing the games to earn the tickets, and you go to the prize counter and you see all these kind of fun little things, and you kind of cash it out that way. But one of the concepts about it is they're going to be like mix bags kind of thing, but like with a theme. So like a Rift, snack pack or something like that, where basically you buy this thing and you don't know specifically what the contents are inside, but you do know that it's going to be stuff for Rift areas. And so there could be some really juicy, good items inside. I believe right now it's all cheeses, but like you could get some really cool cheese for this specific thing, or Rift Iago, or who knows what. I don't personally know. I don't have the balance sheet in my head, and it's being tweaked anyways. But Dracanos, Draconoritos. There we go. But yeah, like that's gonna be fun to kind of like come up with those zany kind of like product names and stuff like that. I think that's gonna be really quite enjoyable to do and illustrate. So sand crisps, I like it. Yeah, no, literally that's what I want these things to be, is Riftios and Draconanitos, that kind of fun stuff where it's like, I think I know what might be in there. And then you open it and it's like, whoa, cool, like this is what I got. So it's still going to have some fun randomness to what you get, but it's more controlled. You're not just randomly getting kind of like, stuff from the tribal isles when you open a crate and you're just like, cool, thanks. You get to actually like choose if you want stuff from that area. And then you get to see if you get lucky or not. So that's the concept, and I think it's enjoyable. So yeah, we're going to scale this up a little bit. And then what I also want to do is, I'm not sure if we actually want to narrow this any further. I think we'll be able to kind of determine that when we scale the other one up. I'm worried it might want to push this tray like further down, which might get a little bit bottom heavy. That's okay though, it's not the end of the world. I can increase the height, I have the room. Also this kind of like, attraction bar or logo for the vending machine, whatever we want to kind of do with that. I could kind of like shrink this down, move it up, all kinds of stuff to make the space that we want. Or this just gets wider. It doesn't necessarily need to kind of like scale, as a square. And it might be more aesthetically interesting if it is wider than it is tall or square. Also, what I'll want to do once I kind of like set those dimensions is kind of like come up with what does the inside of this look like. Like I'm thinking, if this is like an empty one, we could still see that kind of the spiral thing that pushes the product forward. And what's interesting is, should this be drawn in perspective? Should it be more orthographic? Meaning, like, if we're looking at this head on, we might kind of see, I'll change my brush real quick, kind of like this one is centered where the product is kind of coming straight at us, right? But then should the ones on the side be more like that, you know? It's a pretty extreme perspective, but just to kind of like try and show my point, where we're kind of like looking at it as if it is, you know, in 3D, and we're kind of viewing it like that. So we're like standing directly in front of this one, and then this is, you know, to our right, and this is to our left, kind of thing. So that's one way. And then what the challenge of that might be is, one of the things I want to do is have a activated state. So like when I actually click on one of the products, so let's say I click on this one, the panel will kind of light up, right? Probably not that extreme, but you know, maybe like a little light will turn on, and so like, you know, that product is kind of like more visible, or you just know that, you know, this is the one I'm looking at. I've actively selected, and if that's the case, if I make it so that every one of these cubbies is the exact same base illustration, I can have like a cool light and the way it kind of bounces off things and make that all pretty, and then no matter what one turns on, it'll work. But it'll be kind of like each of these cubbies will be kind of like the same perspective, which is fine, but it does kind of make it a little bit weird if you're expecting to see it in perspective, which I don't think you have to expect that. Like, this is video game, you know, seeing it like this is fine. Maybe the actual cubbies themselves have weird kind of like funnel shape to them, or maybe we don't see the inner wall of this at all. I'm gonna merge this sketch here. So like, why is this not? Oh, I thought I merged the layers. I did not. I need to make that hotkey thing. Oop. Not the blur tool, thank you. So instead of seeing these kind of like barriers, sorry, I'm still learning my hotkeys. Nope, that's not it either. Okay, that should be good now. So the divider could be thick, but we don't need to see this kind of receding in perspective. Just kind of, maybe it fades out, and you know, the light's going to be kind of off in there anyways, let's say. So yeah, I think that might work. It will be the easiest to make look cool that way, I think. If we don't render each of those in like some, you know, different perspective, or the same perspective technically. Yeah, you know, I'm going to do it this way. That way, if in future events we're suddenly like, we're going to take it from 9 of these windows to 16, I won't need to redraw the interiors of them to kind of make that look right. So this will be the easiest to do. Yeah, I won't do the weird perspective. I'll just do it orthographic. Cool. That'll be the easiest. And that's kind of one of the things that we've decided we should focus on, is kind of like, let's make this so we can put this together effectively. And then if we have excess time, we can add that extra juice and fun, you know, like cool little animation. If we figure out a way to make the like, oh no, it jammed, kick it to get your thing and get a bonus, you know, that's something, you know, we would be able to maybe workshop and like add after we've kind of like made it work how it needs to. And so by keeping it kind of clean and simple, it gives us more of a potential to explore that space if it would work. So I've accomplished nothing yet. in terms of layout. And this is kind of how I do HUD stuff sometimes. Unfortunately, it can be a lot of kind of, you know, oh, maybe this, and like sketching and like exploring the potential before I actually do anything to it. But hey, again, you all requested this, so hope you enjoy. I'm always like just about to actually do something to this, and I'm like, now I need to talk about this. So with Photoshop, one of the things that can be useful about that is you can get some pretty precise tools, like being able to kind of like transform something to an exact pixel size. And in HUD stuff, that's actually pretty important. So that's one of the things that I'm kind of like, okay, well, I'm certain that Clip Studio can do these things. I just don't know where that system is hidden. There's kind of a lot of submenus in Clip Studio, which makes it incredibly customizable and powerful if you know how to find those things, but also a little frustrating if you don't. So one of the things I did find is I can use a like rectangle tool and then set the dimensions using this. So not using an indicator, but slider. So I can actually punch in a specific number. And I believe that the original boxes are 500 pixels. Oops, sorry, I meant to use this tool first. So yeah, they're about 500. They should be exactly 500 actually, but the lines over top are kind of cutting into that, and I didn't start it right in the top corner. But yeah, height and width, they're 500. So what I'm thinking is we'll try and make these boxes 600 wide and see if that is too big or not. So what I'm going to do is go back to my rectangle tool. I'm going to create a new folder over top of this current flattened version of the HUD. And I'm actually in front of this. I'm going to just kind of like knock this down a little bit. So I just created a quick layer using kind of like the vending machine color itself, just to fade it out temporarily. I can just turn this on and off if I need. So now the layer above it, this is where I'm going to create the actual windows or boxes or cubbies or whatever we would call them. And I could use just my like rectangle selection tool and just kind of like drag it and try and get 600 exactly, which it was so close, 600 and 601. But because I can kind of like set my dimension, I can also do it using this tool by like setting my aspect type and that kind of thing. But the rectangle tool also just fills in the object, which is what I would do in the end anyways. And it creates a line outside of it, which normally I wouldn't want, but in this case I actually do. I don't want rounded corners on it though. And I'll change my line color to, say, real dark, and then the internal color to a bit lighter, so it'll be easier to see. That is set to the pixels, specifying length, height, and width. Don't need to adjust the angle after. The brush size is the actual like outline thickness. Right now, the way that I'm rendering this, it's at 4 times the final size. So when I export this, I'll shrink it down to 1/4 of its size. So if I use the brush size of 8, that means it's only going to be 2 pixels thick, right? Unless for whatever reason it's like 8 pixels on either side of the line, but I don't know if that's what it is. I'm going to create a layer inside the folder. Sorry if none of this is making any sense. I'm speaking to myself. But now when I click it, just boom, there's the 600 by 600, right? Although technically I think I wanted to do 600 by 500 height. So one of the things you can do in Clip Studio that you can't do in Photoshop is when you like hit delete, it just erases that layer. Like it doesn't delete the layer, it just erases what's on the layer, which I actually kind of like. It's at least kind of nice for kind of like mocking up and sketching stuff real quick, so you don't have to like delete a layer and then create a new layer. Not a big difference though. Just need to remember that's how it works, so I don't accidentally assume I'm cleaning up layers when it's just kind of erasing them and leaving them in place. Okay, so this is 600 by 500, which it might be ideal to just do like 600 by 600, and then the cost is just overlaid on top of that dimension. Yeah. So I'm going to zoom in so I can make sure these are like pixel perfect, which they clearly are not. So there we go, that lined up all right. Oop, I didn't switch layers. That's like one more thing that I need to get used to is I can just change the hotkey for it, but right now in Photoshop when you hold Control and you click on an object, when you have kind of like the move tool, it'll select whatever layer that pixel is. So like if I click the middle box holding Control, it'll boom jump to the middle layer. But in Clip Studio, just Control doesn't do that. You have to hold Control and Shift to do that. So gotta remember that, or change it to what I'm used to, which has been what I've been doing. All right, so now if I duplicate this and move it down. See, here's another thing. Getting the height pixel perfect will be useful, especially for like, you know, laying out, you know, if you need to kind of like customly shift something a couple of pixels, that's just annoying for the developer implementing. But right now I'm just kind of seeing real quick what this looks like plugged in. So I think that that's perfectly fine to take that much width. And being a nice clean number like 600, that means that when we render the image, we kind of know what we're aiming for. So that's nice. So we could basically render the image at, you know, 1200 pixels, and then shrink that by half when we plug it into this, and then this just shrinks it all down by a quarter. So in the end, I guess, let's see, I could do the math in my head, but now I don't want to because I'm live. But yeah, 150 pixels, which normally items are kind of displayed at 80 pixels, and 140 for some interfaces. Like I think some of the premium shop stuff might be seen at, you know, 140. So what that means is that basically we can render this out to be kind of like twice the quality of usual items in your kind of like inventory, because they'll be displayed to you at kind of like twice the size, which is cool, because that means that, you know, like what is it, the cheese fluffs from like the Harbor or the Brie Gull from, you know, literally the first days of MouseHunt. You know, that was kind of like a fun little chip bag or something like that that even had kind of like the logo on it or something, I think. Maybe. I don't remember. But we'd be able to like have that kind of design, but well, like twice the size, so you can actually like see fun details. And so that's good to know. Effectively, we can illustrate them as items, but know that we're going to be able to see twice as much information or quality or visuals, so we can justify kind of like, okay, cool, we'll like put that little extra, you know, pop into it. Vending machines don't typically have walls between items. You know what? You're not wrong. I think I have this mental image of a vending machine that was in like my elementary school or high school or something like that. So it's like very old bad vending machine. So oops. Oh, Murray Market, like M&Ms. These are the delicious Murray and Markets. Melt in the sand, not in your hand. Yeah. Prickles, prickly plains Pringles. Oh my God, we gotta like get a like Google Doc going, you know, like a shared document where you guys write down these incredible ideas. Please, someone set that up because I think that's amazing. Like make a Google Sheet or Google Doc or something like that, and just kind of like throw in these awesome ideas. Because that's something we're going to want to do next week. Dave's kind of finalizing like what the kind of base kind of groups should be and the values and stuff like that. And so next week we're going to be kind of like starting the illustrations on these products. So having some really fun ideas from you guys is wonderful. I don't know if there'll be like the Murray Market one is like, I love the idea, but like the stuff from Murray Market might be kind of like part of a different group. It might be bigger, kind of more, you know, like we're only putting in 6 items to kind of cover a lot of the game. So it's going to be more mix of areas as opposed to one tiny individual area. I think it's going to be more like the regions in the game. So like there might be kind of like more like Rodentia as a snack mix kind of thing, or like the Rifts. So as incredible and nuanced as the kind of like specific titles are, and I want those. I want to have a list that I can show off to kind of give the team just a good set of fun ideas to kind of like spark our ideas and come up with some really fun stuff. Yeah, I think it might need to be more kind of like really more about the region itself, like the lawless something, you know, like to kind of cover all of those kind of, you know, Wild West kind of areas, something like that. I don't know. I don't specifically know what the groups are right now. Dave and I were chatting about it, but I'm not sure what's kind of the specific direction right now. So I couldn't confirm if one's going to work or not, but the more ideas shared, the better. Okay, so 600 width. We're making progress, you guys. Confirmed, it's only been an hour and 13 minutes. This is why HUDs take so long. Because I'm just doing this, but off stream, just talking to myself about the names of whimsical, ridiculous products that don't exist. I'm not allowed to do HUDs normally. All right, so I'm thinking I'm going to actually make it so I think that I want to actually make it like pixel perfect to start with. And the thing about using the rectangle tool with the outline is that makes it so that it's kind of 600 pixels wide by 500 tall, and then 8 on top of that. But I actually am not totally certain if that line that goes over top of it is like centered on the edge, if it's on the outside, if it's on the inside. That's one of the things I knew how to control in Photoshop. I don't know how to control it in this tool. So what I think I will rather do is basically the same thing, but without that outline. And I also don't know how to use the rectangle tool where I don't use the outline. Like I don't, oh wait, never mind, that's it right there. Line fill. Create fill, create line, or line and fill. That's it. Now I know. I figured something out. All right, so I'm gonna make this 600 by 600, not 60,000. 600 by 600. Okay. I swear we're gonna get stuff somewhere today. We'll be on lunch in 45 minutes, but I think just maybe I'll have something to maybe even render today. I really do hope that this is going to be a fun stream for you. It's a bit different and wild because I'm kind of in, you know, unknown territory with this tool. So one of the things that I was doing with the kind of original was I was using a little more of the kind of like specific, as equal division, but like trying to use kind of like fun math to get like nice dimensions. So this is using 50 by 6.2, which is kind of like using some golden ratio dimensions. So I think I'll use this same dimension with this. I'll have to get the 600 width and see how much that changes the height. I'm going to be very rambly and incoherent because this is how I graphic design. I do really weird, dumb math that is irrelevant and bad, but that's how I like to lay out things because I think it looks good. So if I'm just rambling about weird numbers like 3.82 and 6.18, that's just that part of me on full display. So right now, because I've made these exactly 600 pixels wide and they don't have a line, I know that's what it is. So I can bump these right up to the pixel. And I know in the end that it's going to be like 1800 pixels exactly end to end. And that's important because, you know, when I'm kind of like giving the final layout to Andrew, I can show him, okay, well, these are these exact dimensions. That means that when you kind of like plug it in, here's how to lay it all out, and then he just needs to punch in the math and everything should line up perfectly. Real quick thought though. Okay, yeah. That is divisible, obviously. I should know that. Pi is good. All right, and delicious. Okay, so now that it is, I know that that is 1600 pixels, sorry, 1800. Now I'm going to duplicate that, and this time I'm going to have them pixel to pixel. So it will be a perfect square currently. Right now I'm just kind of verifying that that is how I want it laid out. Just gonna make sure, yep, that all lines up. So there is some oddness in how it chooses to render things at different kind of like zooms. Photoshop did do this a little better, so that's another kind of thing that I'm realizing. And there's a lot of these things where I'm kind of like, okay, well, Photoshop does do this better, so I guess maybe it's just for layout of this kind of stuff that it's a better tool because it can be more precise. But what I'm talking about is, in reality, these have zero gap between these pixels. Like I can zoom in to 1000%, 3200%, and you cannot see a division between the objects if I'm even where I'm supposed to be on this. It's hard to tell. But when I like zoom out to fill the screen, you can actually see like, oh, there's a single pixel, because it's like approximating things based off of kind of like how it rapidly renders things. So it's kind of seeing like, okay, so there's this layer and it goes up to this point and there's these things beside it, so render these colors, like alias them together or whatever, and then, oh, here's another layer, do that as well. And so in the end, when it kind of like finishes compiling everything, it's like, yeah, I think there's probably like this color of, like this pixel dividing them is a different color, because, you know, this is how it computes. So that's a little bit annoying, but it might also be a case of how I set up my rendering profile. There's like bilinear and point and like all kinds of ways to sample it, and it's possible one of those settings would make it so that this isn't an issue. But at the end of the day, it's not actually a huge issue, because, you know, I know what's going on with it, and when I zoom in to the dimensions I need it to be when I render it out, because this is the size it's going to be in game. But obviously when I render it out, it won't have this weird line. But now I'm going to verify that, because I'm not actually 100% certain that I'm right. So I'm going to export as PNG, not save as. I won't make that mistake again. So, and I'll just give this a different name. Okay. What is nice about this is I was worried I wouldn't have the same kind of control for exporting that I did with Photoshop, and currently I'm not certain I have all the same capabilities, but with the export as a flat layer, it does actually allow me to kind of control some of the more specific details about it, the metadata kind of stuff, if you will. Like I can set the color dimensions, how it saves it itself, if it comes with a preview, most importantly, just scale it down for me to the size I want it. So I can say, hey, scale it down to 25%. Cool, that's what I'm used to being able to do. I can choose how it's processed, so for comics or illustration, which is interesting, because, you know, that just points out how very much this is a tool for an artist. And hey, are you working in print or are you working on posters, that kind of thing. And, you know, for comic, it's going to be more about kind of like processing it so that it has crisp text and sharp lines and stuff like that. So when it goes to print, it you know, makes sure that those work. For illustration, it's more about kind of like being able to kind of like preserve as much kind of, you know, information for kind of like color and all that stuff. So that's cool. I like that I can control that here. And then it also pops up a preview of it, which is nice. I can kind of like confirm, hey, okay, so this is what it looks like at 100% quality, which as a PNG, it's always 100% quality. It's a lossless format. And then this is zoomed in at 100%. And we can see that there are no pixel gaps in it, which is good. I can zoom in. Yeah, so it is processing it as it should. It's just when kind of rendering in the engine, it takes shortcuts, I suppose. I'm not even sure if it's super visible on stream, but I can see, you know, weird little line gap between the objects, but it is what it is. And again, there's potentially just a setting to kind of change the way it processes it to avoid seeing that. So far, we've managed to create 9 identical boxes and bump them together. An hour and a half. Yeah. This is what you get. You asked for this. So by making these individual, I now know kind of like, okay, this is exactly where I need any of the kind of unique changes for one of the panels to exist. So when I like create the off state, when I create the on state, when I create the sold out state, I can basically take one of these, render it to however I want it, and then I technically only need like 3 of these. If I only have 3 states, maybe there's 4 or more, who knows. But when I export it, I'll basically take one of these boxes, put it into its own little file, and vertically stack them together. And this is just how I've worked with Andrew on these kinds of things, where basically when there's kind of like buttons that have different states and they kind of like are interactable, like you mouse over and you click and it's inactive and stuff like that, it actually like changes its visuals. One of the ways that he likes to work with it is we just kind of like stack those into a single file, and then that way when the system loads it, it loads a single image, and the moment you try and interact with it, it can just kind of like move the where it's viewed and like kind of like cut off the rest of the image. So like the arm button for your charms or something like that, that's exactly how they work. You know, it shows you kind of like the top state when it's disabled, and then when you mouse over, it slides the image down to the glowing mouse over version, and then when you click it, it goes to the armed version. And so like basically for this, I'll render out the window, and this is kind of like the backdrop window for the item. I'll render it out, put it in its own file, and that gets uploaded. And basically whatever state that box is in, Andrew will basically kind of like pop down, you know, like each of these squares with kind of like, okay, inactive, 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 sold out, inactive, inactive, sold out, inactive. And when you mouse over, it'll be like, okay, this window you're looking at, now it has a slight glow or something like that by just moving what part of that image it's viewing. And then when you activate it, it goes to the full glow. And then on top of that, system and all that would be like the actual illustrated item. So this is like the backdrop changes. So like normally they're all the lights are dimmed, and then when you're interacting with it, you click on it, now it glows. So you know you have that selected kind of thing. And so that's the backdrop on top of the background. So those change states, right? And then the items overlaid on top of that. And because they're separate, we only need to output one background. And then each of the images or each of the items are obviously their own individual asset. But because they're separated as well, you know, we could do like a cute little like, oh, it wiggles or something like that. And then on top of that, there would be a layer for the kind of like the price, where, you know, it'll kind of cover over a bit of the chip bag or snack mix. And then the system will kind of like, you know, have just a, you know, a printout of whatever the text is there. You know, the system plugs in that text, obviously. So, you know, if it costs 10 tokens or 5 tokens, you know, it'll have that on the, you know, layer in front. And then over top of all that, I'm going to do like a little glass sheen to kind of just kind of make you think that you're looking at, you know, a vending machine where all that stuff is covered over by a layer of glass. And you can probably see that in the original sketch. You see this kind of like sheen here. And since this is actually using the old layers, I can actually kind of turn that on and off. Right? So it probably won't even be as obnoxious as this, but just enough that like this, it looks like just kind of, you know, you could go up to it and grab it like it's, you know, like a cubby, or like a weird square shelf or, you know, whatever. The moment I plop that on top, now it feels like, oh, I would actually like, you know, bump into that. It protects the products inside, and so, you know, I better have enough tokens to get it. And one of the things we might do, if we have enough time, is this kind of panel down here. When you actually like mouse over one of the items or click it, it'd be fun if it had like A2 or, you know, whatever, smiley face, who knows, something that whoever wants to can play around if we have the time to do that. Yeah, so it's a very simple tool to interact with. You know, like click on item, click purchase. That's what the player gets out of it, right? But on the design end, there's a lot of layers that can go into something like this, and this is a little more than we might normally do. 2 or 3 layers is usually kind of like all that's necessary. But that glass sheen on top. I suppose that if I'm considering the system plugging text into it, there's always, like maybe 3 or more layers that might be in one spot. Well, maybe just 2, because you have like kind of the base HUD and then quantity plugged on top of that, and that's for the most part covering things, unless it's like an interactable like cheese where you can click to arm, click to disarm, that kind of thing. Those are usually like a button on top of the base illustration, because we want that to kind of like change to a this is an active, or this is disabled, or you've run out, so it's grayed out, that kind of thing. So usually at least 3 layers for something like that. Basic backdrop, cheese button, quantity printed on top, that kind of thing. But this has an extra glass layer. It has an extra kind of like background behind the image layer, so it's like 2 extra layers than normal. But I think it'll add a little extra flavor and awesomeness to it, so I like it. Am I just avoiding working on this? I don't mean to. Okay, so one thing that I'm seeing with this is, okay, so I've created it as a perfect square now, and it is wide enough, I think. But I actually think that it could be taller. Like, I wouldn't be opposed to it going down to the bottom of this kind of panel here. That said, I could shorten this panel to line up with that. And then that way I don't need to push this kind of bottom tray further down to kind of make it feel balanced, which I'm thinking I might avoid. I like being able to kind of contain it in kind of like a more compact area, and I can't reasonably add more width to the kind of the windows. Like if I bumped it to 700, I think that would go too wide. I could bump it a little bit more, but that's just kind of gaining a few pixels and making it a bit cramped elsewhere. So I think I don't need to do that. That said, if I throw this size of panel over top of this image, it's going to cover a decent portion of it, which I'm not opposed to. But I think I could push it down a little bit, back to where it was originally, effectively, and that'll kind of make it so that it'll cover over the illustration a little bit, which I actually want it to, but not blocking too much that you won't be able to read, Riftios or whatever it is, right? So I think I will shift. It's weird how it copies it. All right. Is this going to work? Okay, so I'm going to move that. The way duplicating layers works is a bit confusing to me, to be honest. So I'll have to get used to why it does it this way. But I'm sure that when I do, it'll be just fine. All right. So now they're in a more, this is all rotated around. Cool. Okay. So now they're in an order that I'm used to and can understand a little easier. So if I turn that one off, it's going to be the top middle. Cool. But now what I'm thinking I'll do is zoom in so that when I pixel shift it, I know exactly how many pixels I'm shifting it by. Let's see if holding shift and hitting the arrow keys makes it jump like 10 pixels. Okay, it's not 10, it's more like 2. Okay, so am I back to where I started? Okay, yeah. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Let's go with that. So now I need to shift these 3 down by 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So now they should be pixel perfect, evenly spaced, right? Although 7, it should be 14 if I moved 2 pixels for each shift click, but it might have been like 5 or something. I'm not. No, I'm not sure. I might have to move them exact. Whatever. It's gonna be fine. I don't need to be this precise. I think every time I say that, though, I end up regretting it. Okay. All right. Either way, they're all evenly spaced from each other. I can work with that. Also, I apologize. I really haven't been paying attention to the chat. So it doesn't seem like it's moving very quickly, but I am seeing wonderful ideas. All right. Can the snacks be collectibles too? I don't think that we're going to have them be actual items that you buy and then open. Just because then it kind of becomes a situation where it's like, I'm going to buy every single one, and depending on how many tokens I earn, I might not be able to open very many at the end of the event. You know, like I want the players to be able to kind of just get rewarded for getting the, you know, snack bag that they want and getting cool loot from that. Maybe we can consider having kind of like a collectible to kind of like represent this, but I think at this point we're probably going to avoid adding extra stuff like that, unless, you know, we have like a really important reason to do that. But maybe next year, like if people are like, boy, I wish I had a collectible to kind of like be that, we could consider that then. But I think right now, as is, and probably for the benefit of just the experience, it is just going to be a case where when you make your purchase, it's like, here's the cool loot you got. Hopefully that is okay, and you know, cool. Like maybe the vending machine tokens, you'll get to keep those in your resources or currencies or something like that. Because I think other events we've kind of like persisted those, so that might be the case for this. Yeah, I just think that like I don't want it to be a case where you would feel obligated to collect each of them before you can ever even open any of them. And then it's extra work for the player to kind of like buy them and then go to your special inventory, scroll down to find and then choose how many you want to open, that kind of thing. It's just, I think that it's cool, but again, like collectibles are great, but I think they can have more meaning. And I think that's one of the things we're also considering looking at, to kind of like not just have collectibles be this like super random thing where either you can get like one of them and that is kind of like, yeah, I did it, or you just get like 900 and it's just like, why am I sending this as a gift of the day? It's I want them to kind of like have a little more kind of just purpose, not that they have to do anything at all, but like, you know, I don't want to add 10 collectibles per event where it's just like, I got them and that's it. Like I like when they feel like they're special. Like the Lunar New Year, there's a little more something to that because you can kind of understand that like there's going to be 12 of a thing. So like the plushies is something that we're kind of actually going to be bringing back, hopefully. I'm pushing for it anyways, where like each of the years we bring in one of the animal plushies if it didn't exist. So by a certain point, you'll be able to know like, hey, there are going to be all 12 of the zodiac animals as plushies. There's a little more meaning to that than getting kind of like a piece of confetti every time you open a birthday box or whatever, right? Although I suppose to some people that might convey like, oh, I've opened this many birthday boxes, so that's kind of cool too. But yeah, I think that I personally want to add collectibles when they feel a little more kind of purposeful and like meaningful. Although in this case, I don't disagree with you because I think these products are going to be a lot of fun and cute and silly, and so it'll be neat to like be able to look at that and be like, ah, that was funny. So I don't know, but the idea as well is that these should return next year because I feel like the Super Brief Factory is a pretty awesome event that people are probably not too opposed to returning each year and making minor improvements on each year, right? Oh, that's an interesting idea. Yeah, if it was wrappers as collectibles, again, it could, if there was like a unique wrapper per item, it would create that need to buy one of each. And yes, you could open it, and that's good, because then you can, have your cake and eat it too. But it would, if there was a unique one per item, first of all, that's doubling the amount of illustrations for those, which is not necessarily ideal. Not opposed to it if it's meaningful to the players, but it would create this scenario where it's like, well, I am going to get one of each of the snacks because I want to collect them all, right? But if it was just like, oh, when you eat it, it gives you an empty wrapper, and it's just like a generic empty wrapper, that's kind of funny. And then at the end of the event, you can see just how many snack bags you demolished. But then at the same time, it's kind of like, okay, well, it kind of like loses meaning at a certain point, maybe. But it's certainly an idea, and so I'll keep that in mind, and I'm going to be chatting about these kind of nuances on Monday. I did actually want that movement. Just it to the left. There we go. So yeah, I'll kind of run that kind of concept by Dave and the team and see if we think there's kind of value in creating that collectible, because I think it's nice to like look at your collectibles and have like, oh, I remember that event. Like one of my favorite collectibles is the eggnog barrel. I'm sure a few of you remember that, where at the end of one of the Great Winter Hunts, I don't remember what year it was, but you actually collected a barrel of eggnog, right? And it just sat in your inventory and you couldn't open it. But, and this was just a stroke of genius, the next year, because we planned for this, the barrel, like, it started to swell. Like, if you looked in your inventory, you could actually see it was kind of like getting more pressure built up in it. And when the next year's Great Winter Hunt launched, it actually burst open, and that spawned the Squeaker Claws mouse, who is this nasty eggnog creation monster. And so I personally, that's one of my favorite collectibles that has ever been, because it had this whole story and journey that just happened. And if you have the bust open eggnog canister, it was your fault that you created that monster, and here's the proof. So that's just one of the things that I think this game does that's very special, and I want to do more stuff like that. I think that's really neat. Yeah, there is like lots of interesting elements and items that kind of have some implicit kind of like identity and story and even mechanical potential to them, like the frozen fromage, the idea that it could thaw into a cheese, and like toboggan nitro just kind of sitting there not really having a use. I suspect that for a number of these kind of items, it may never end up getting a new use, right? Because a lot of them are kind of like, if you were there, you kind of got to collect a little bit of surplus, and that's a part of your history that you now have, you know, tucked away on your shelf of kind of like outdated items and stuff. And so like I don't think it would make sense to kind of like, hey, let's give a purpose to Nitro, because you know, if someone came later and they never collected any, or if they only had like a small handful, it's like, what should I use this? I don't know. It's hard to kind of like repurpose something like that unless we made an event where we like reintroduced that as a thing you collect and use, and that's a possibility. You know, maybe we'll want to come back to the toboggan, like the rocket powered toboggan rides someday. So that's just kind of like a challenge of, you know, collecting items and stuff like that. One of the things that I've kind of personally thought would be ideal would be for certain event elements to kind of like expire or melt away outside of an event. And not all of the things like your premium cheese that you might purchase and stock up on, that would be unfair to kind of like dissolve into nothing. But like, you know, instead of starting a repeated event with like 800 cheese that you had as excess from the previous event, and us having to kind of like create a new cheese to make the playing ground more interesting and even for people, you know, like if that kind of like turned into an expired event cheese, and it would be like a cheese that you could farm easily if it had that ability, but you know, something like that. And then, you know, that would make it so that every time the event starts, you would need to kind of, you know, farm up the event stuff that the other player does. But that's not necessarily how it works, so no need to kind of worry that I'm going to force that upon everyone's accounts. Although I would if I could. Gotta hide your cheese from me, I'm coming for it. Oh yeah, no, exactly. If we did it now, after the fact, I think that it would be upsetting for a lot of people, and I wouldn't blame them. You know, I'm not saying that that's something we're going to do. It's just like if I had my way, I would have kind of made it that way from the beginning, so it wouldn't have this kind of like, oh, you can't do that now. And then, you know, just events would be kind of more reliable starting off in a way. But yeah, who knows? Again, not something I'm pushing for, so do not worry. I am not actually coming for your cheese. Okay, so something I just realized. I've spaced these evenly. However, this row, fine. This row, I need to actually push that down further because it should have this bar down here, right below it. So there should be an extra 7 shifted pixels. So this would have to go down further. I do like that those line up, but now technically this should line up more down here, right? Because this will actually be the bottom. I should have kind of like created a different colored bar here to represent that perhaps. But let me look at a rectangle ruler, see if it works with these dimensions. That is too long. Okay. Okay. Do I just want to keep it square and simple? Probably. And then the dividers can be a little wide. Maybe I don't want them to be wide. Huh. I mean, it is incredibly well frozen ice. It has not thawed yet. Maybe you just have like really good kind of like storage for all your items. It's like in like, you know, atmospherically controlled, and then like temperature controlled, and you know, no sunlight or anything, so that all of these kind of like items in your collection will be like as fresh as the day you got it, kind of thing. We'll just say that that's what you guys have. Yeah. All the old vintage stuff. It's like a badge of oldness. Man, there are many times, legitimately, when we like talk about parts of MouseHunt, and then we like relate it to, uh, like something in kind of the real world, like this movie, and then we like realize just how long ago that actually was and stuff like that, and we're like, oh, you just like see us age that moment. Um, yeah, coming up on the 13 years. MouseHunt is going to be a teenager. That's wild. Yeah, Wizard did it. All the weirdness and uh, elements that just do not adhere to logic. A Wizard did it. You know that. All right. So how should I do this? I think that I do actually want to. Okay. Well, what is the dimension of this in the first place? So that's a square. Okay. 960. Could just be 2000. That's a square. Okay. That's a bit wide. Ooh. Let's make a new layer. So I'm going to be Jacob rambling to myself. Pardon me. But yeah, if I make this 2000, that would be... Okay, that is not divisible by 3, not cleanly. It'd be 66666. So what if 650? This would be 1950. And I'll set the aspect to slider so I can punch in the exact value. 1950. I also can't tab between the boxes, which is kind of something I'm used to being able to do. 1950, okay. So this actually lines up with that panel, which actually I like. I'm okay with that. Cool, cool, cool. And that means that we're at 650 per column and row, right? Or at least row. Columns might be a bit narrower. But what I'm thinking, okay, so if it's 600 square for the panel, right? And then 50 pixels below that, that creates that kind of like height that we want. But there isn't 50 pixels to the side. So it will kind of like keep that the same kind of width as I currently have it, which I want. So basically, all I need to do is create a 50 pixel by 600 pixel rectangle and put that below. But what I'll actually do is 1800 wide, 50 tall, because I don't need to make it individual to every single one of the boxes. This is just going to be like an overlay on top of the boxes, I think. So here we go. That actually shows me exactly kind of like how tall these need to be. I'll give this its own color. Doesn't matter what the color is, I just need it to be different. I'll turn that opacity back up so I can see what I'm doing. And now I just need to line up the pixels to be perfect. Ooh, why is that aliased? I don't like that. Anti-aliasing was turned up a lot. Why? Gross. Sorry. Ugh. All right, deselect and erase what's on that layer without deleting the layer. There's some things that I like, some things I don't like, and I'm learning what those are. All right, so now rounded corners? No, thank you. So the customizability is good and bad. You just need to know what you have turned on and what you don't. Okay, so boom, there we go. that is now the exact dimensions that we want. And now I can take this set and bump that up. Up. Good. And duplicate this. Oh. Actually, should this? Yeah, it should be on top. That'll be on top here. Cool. Good. All right, and these three will now move up to meet that. Da-da-da. Awesome. And duplicate this once more, move you down to the bottom of that. And now we actually have all the dimensions we want exactly. Save. Zoom out. Go on short break to use the washroom. I'll be right back. Sorry. So sorry about that. I had drunk a very large coffee before I started the stream. I am back. I wonder if anyone had realized that 50 is not perfectly divisible. Or is it? I don't think it is. It's not. I knew that. I had 2 pixels though. See, this is why I shouldn't do HUDs. This is literally where my brain goes. But interestingly enough, specifically the Birthday HUD did suffer from me not taking these precautions as it was being developed, because the whole pipe system and the way the rooms overlaid, when it was output, things really did not line up. Like it was kind of painfully visible where things kind of like, when it rendered out, it was like, this pixel is probably this, and that pixel is probably that. And like there was like really bad kind of like artifacts between kind of like the different rooms and the way the pipes worked and lined up and overlapped. And so, you know, I when I kind of like had to output that, I had to actually take the original raw file, crush it down to the size that I needed to output it at, and then output it using it crushed down, and all that kind of like, you know, it's just not an ideal way to do it, because generally when you create an asset, you do want to create it at a higher resolution and maintain that information. It's just better. And so, you know, like actually being aware when you're creating things that have to line up properly to the pixel, like interfaces where buttons need to touch and their pixels need to be kind of like connected. You don't want these lines to appear when they shouldn't exist, is what I'm saying. And so, you know, it sounds like ridiculous me being like, oh, I gotta add 2 pixels to make this work, but it actually can affect it. It's generally not super critical, but I care about getting things how I think they'll be best, perhaps a little too much. So what I'm going to do to fix that is pretty simple. I'll just duplicate the layer, bop, and now 1, 2, move it down 2 pixels. So now it's 52 pixels high. And if I merge that, it'll be good. Now I just need to move this set down, make sure I'm zoomed in enough so that it's moving by the pixel as opposed to random amount, because sometimes Photoshop does that, so I assume Clip Studio does too. So 1, 2, and that should be lined up. Oh, I'm moving just one and the wrong one. Goodness me. I am a dummy. Alright, good thing I undid that. And it looks fine. Okay. Did I not merge that correctly? Am I losing my mind? Wait. Oh, right. I'm like clicking on this button, which is a reference layer, and I don't quite know how to do that yet. That's like a cool feature of Clip Studio that I don't fully know how to use yet. Okay, so I should actually move this here, move this here, and move this here, because that actually represents the layout, and they don't need to be in any particular order, because they all just bump up to each other and no overlap. Right. Are you enjoying the Jacob rambles? Yep. Alright, so this should be lined up to the bottom. It is good. These 3 should move down by 2. 1, 2. Now if I move it one more, yes, there's a gap. We're good. Don't think I actually need to test all these things to this ridiculous degree, but I'm just like confirming that this system works how I think it needs to, and knowing that it does is important for me getting this to work correctly. Okay, so I can merge down if I just have one layer selected and I do Control E. If I select multiple layers and I click Control E, it doesn't seem to do anything. I'm used to that just merging all the selected layers, and I can change the setting to make it work that way, so that's something I'll probably end up doing. These layers just got shifted down. these layers need to shift down. 1, 2, 3, yep, 2. Yeah, that did need to shift down too. I was like, these need to shift down 4. Why didn't they need to shift down 4? Because I actually needed to shift that first. All right. None of this is going to make any sense, I don't think, but we're nearly actually out of the woods, maybe. Okay, so this overall needs to shift down by 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. And then this by 2, 1, 2, and merge that. And now, finally. You guys ask for HUD stuff. This is what I do. This is why I don't do all of the HUDs, because different artists would be like, here's a box. Items go in the box. 30 minutes later, that's all good. Everything's laid out. I'm like, 2 hours later, sure, the pixels are exact so that when it's output at exactly 25%, everything lines up and is crisp and pretty. But is it worth it? Is it necessary? These are the questions that I should actually ask myself and, you know, do something with. But instead, I continue to Jacob it. All right. So this is not very well centered. Ooh, one of the things, I can't hide a selection that I'm aware of. That's something I'm used to being able to do. Because I like to be able to see this in context without the marching ants around it. And so to be able to see it, I have to deselect it, which confirms where I've moved it, right? So it's kind of like a little bit annoying, but eh. Wait, why didn't it duplicate? Oh well, I'll just use this. Yeah, so there's a couple of like techniques that I'm just very used to how Photoshop does it, so it's a little bit kind of like, oh, I wish Clip Studio did it that way. But I'm sure that if I'm of the mindset that like, yeah, I should convert to Clip Studio for doing HUDs, which I don't think is the end game. You know, I'll be able to kind of like find the best practices with the system. One thing that I think you guys will be very interested in is, so it's really good for painting and animating and sketching and comics and all that kind of cool stuff. They just added a cool feature which I have always wanted in a drawing program, and the only other program that does this I'm terrible at, and I don't have the hardware to do it, nor would it be very ideal for MouseHunt work. Procreate has the ability to record your drawing process. So basically every brush stroke you do, it kind of like saves a history of it, and technically Photoshop and all the other drawing programs already do that, but they don't kind of save that in a way that you can replay it as an animation, right? So I couldn't just kind of like load up the entire history for a file, which would get pretty big for Photoshop the way I work in it, and then like just click go, and it would just redraw the whole thing for me. Like, I'm sure there's some way to do that, and someone probably has figured out how to do that, but I don't have that tool. But the way that I used to record my paintings is I would actually use a system like my streaming software and have that take a picture of my screen every, 5 seconds or whatever. And then, if I ever took a break, I'd have to pause it, go on lunch, and then remember to hit record again when I get back to work. And like it was always so much effort to kind of like produce a video at the end, because I'd have to like go through, speed it up, recompress it, convert the file so it's not 8 gigs, because that's how big they would get, because I'd be recording all day long, and it was just really inefficient. And then I'd have to like edit it, cut out all the like gaps where I like had a chat with a developer about something and I wasn't drawing at that time. I have to find all those and then run it through another compression thing, so it's again not ridiculously sized. I also would have too small a hard drive, and I'd forget to like continue a recording, and so there'd just be like a gap missing in a drawing, and it's just like, is this going to be a good painting video? et cetera, et cetera. There's always like these issues. I even lit a computer on fire back in the old office back when we were in like Burlington, because I was recording a video and streaming, I believe, or encoding and recording, or something ridiculous where it was just like the processor overheated and smoke billowed out of the laptop and it was cooked. The battery had swelled and it died. So yeah, I hadn't really been too keen on getting back into recording my paintings because it was just such an endeavor and it managed to kill computers. So something that came out as well as being able to import Photoshop brushes, which is another reason why I'm like, I might actually be able to use this program. It has time-lapse recording, which is awesome. I can basically just say, hey, record me doing this drawing. And I believe I still have to finish my experiments with it, but I believe it works in a way where, at the end, I just say, hey, give me my like time-lapse video, and it just kind of like goes through the history that it recorded, spits it out as a video without any weird gaps or having to kind of like edit it a million times and compress it a million times to make it usable. And then all I need to do is find music to put to it, and I can actually do painting videos again. And all I need to do is remember to actually start a file with the time-lapse recording enabled. But yeah, sorry, I'm rambly today. Hello, Josh. Welcome. Yeah, so we're working on a vending machine HUD that is going to dispense like party packs of cheese for different regions. And so during the Great Winter Hunt, you collect these tokens from the event, come to this interface, and there will be 6 or more like snack packs of mixed cheese that you get to kind of spend and see what you get. At least that's as I understand it today. But that's kind of the concept that I think is held up and will be pretty fun. So, all right. I would like to get the overall layout kind of like solidified before I take lunch, which technically I should probably be taking lunch. So it is 1 o'clock. Oh boy. I'm sorry. You guys asked for this. This is all I could say. I could just keep blaming you for this, and therefore I will. All right. So I'm probably going to have like a little bit of a kind of seal around this box here, just to kind of contain the panels. The glass will be kind of inset in that. This is all inside that window. You'll be able to see the kind of product. We're going to have this panel pop up over top with the token cost. And I think it'll be kind of like this little cutout, right? So maybe you'll be able to see the edges of the chip bag or cheese bag or whatever giant oversized chocolate bar mix bag, whatever we want to design it to be. So that'll work. And I do definitely want there to be an overlap of the image, but not much. So that's another design concept that I'll have to make sure the team knows about. If you're like putting the product name, it's probably best in the top half, just in case this kind of could cover it a little bit. There'll also probably be that like curly, like wire that pushes the product out maybe. Although maybe that's just like old school vending machines I remember. I haven't used a vending machine in a while. They probably just have like tabs that just kind of knock them forward or something. A baby seal. Yeah. I was thinking that I might actually move this whole thing down. And what I could do is this also doesn't kind of like, you can't just hold Alt and like keep copying. At least it doesn't seem consistent. So I figured I can just hit this copy and paste button to do it. But at the same time, these are all creating new layers down here. So that's kind of Just merge that down. That's kind of a bit weird looking anyways. Something going on there. Apparently this was a little lighter anyways. But whatever, I'm not rendering this yet. I don't need to actually get caught up on that detail. And now I'm kind of like, oh, maybe I do want to bump that up a little bit and just maybe increase the height of this. So I'm imagining this is kind of like the panel where you like click A3 or whatever. And we might even have the little buttons and kind of like a readout. So if I move this up, I could kind of like create a little, you know, digital interface where that shows, and then there would be like the coin slot, the token slot here, or something like that. Or maybe it would be better like up here, and it's got like the return button or something like that. I should probably actually look at a vending machine at least once while working on this. But I apparently just want to do it out of my mental image of what a vending machine looks like. Oh, I apparently undid. Oh wait, no. I don't have that hotkey yet. Merge selected layers. Cool. How are you liking the chaos of today? Was HUD a good choice? Are you enjoying yourselves? Should I take lunch right now? Probably. All of these questions and more. So this isn't very centered. Again, I'm like so specific about all these things when it's like not actually that important. And it's like, so this would be like the lock thing. It should be probably right down near the bottom of this, because if you actually operate one of these, what this key lock does is just rotates a latch that catches the kind of, you know, the thing that keeps it from opening. So that would be like right near the bottom, or maybe there's kind of an overlap and that's fine. It's a problem because I like to actually understand how everything works. But not really that necessary. I'm just going to put that out there. It's probably a wasted effort. I am going to move you, though. Let's bring you up here. Oop. See, this is where I should probably be like pulling in my golden ratio things, which I actually quite like that I have these kind of little rulers I can utilize for something like that. So if we look at where this division is, it just keeps getting smaller. That's annoying. So there's the little kind of like indicator of where that ends, but I'm gonna actually line it up with this. And can I move it now? Yes. Just need to kind of like hold down a hotkey. Okay, so yeah, I want to bump that up. And it snaps. Okay. There we go. Move you up to the bottom of that. Bam. And the rulers are actually kind of cool because you can tell it how to interact. Like if you look down here in the right, you can kind of hide it, you can set it to any layer. You can tell it to kind of like, when you create a ruler, make it on the layer I'm currently at, or make it on like a layer all the way at the bottom of the file where all my rulers go. And then you can tell it to kind of like show anytime I'm working on a layer inside of this folder that this is attached to any of the objects, or it's attached to the folder itself. So like if I'm working on the whole kind of grid panel here, if I create any rulers on any of the layers and I set it to that, but then I like go and work on the panel at the top that isn't in the same group, that those rulers vanish, and that's pretty neat. Or, you know, I can just have it like always visible and stuff like that. But yeah, like right now it's only set to this one layer, so as soon as I switch to any other layer, they just vanish. And that's a really neat thing for doing layout, which Photoshop doesn't have. You can kind of create guides, but the way the guides work is it's like you drag it off of the rulers at the top and left side of the file, or rather the interface, pardon me, and you can just kind of like drag it, and it's just a horizontal beam and vertical slice. And yeah, you can snap to stuff like that. And like with this, you can actually like place a ruler at like weird angles. You can even do like crazy curved rulers and stuff, which I don't know when I would ever use that, but it's cool that you can do that. Like, whoa, curved ruler. And so if you had it like set up to divide evenly 6 times, it'll do all that for you. So I love that. I think that's an amazing layout tool that Photoshop does not have. So that is a point for Clip Studio when it comes to interfaces and the way Jacob works. Plus the whole just kind of like having a ruler where I just click it and I say, hey, golden ratio. I love that. Because like I will go in and manually punch in like set this to 61.8% of this size to get my ratios how I want them, but this just kind of has it, so that's awesome. And then all the tools you can just kind of quickly enable and disable snapping, so that's nice too. So if you want, you can kind of like generate this whole skeleton using rulers, and then take a regular brush, set it to like snap to rulers, and then boop, 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 go around and just kind of line it that way. And that might be a better method for me in the end if I kind of like experiment doing it that way. So that's something to explore as well. But I think we should probably actually take lunch. We are coming up to 1:30, and I do want to eat something and get another coffee. But yeah, I hope this hasn't been too just exhausting and bad. I expect it to be a train wreck, and I think I've accomplished that thus far. But that said, now that I've, you know, a good 2.5 hours in, managed to create some cubes, I might actually start illustrating inside of those. I plan on, when we come back from break, I'm going to kind of actually render out what the insides of these look like, because that should be actually more interesting than everything I've been doing up to this point. It'll be good to kind of like use the brushes in rendering that I like to do in Photoshop, because I'm still kind of learning how they work and getting used to them. This will be another kind of chance to practice that. I do want your input on what in the world this vending machine is going to be called or displayed as. Like, so if we wanted to put like a you know, like some kind of branding, like we kind of cheese or whatever, we could do something fun up there, and that might be more entertaining than me just kind of like, these pixels aren't perfect. So yeah, I'll try and make it a little more actually rendering out stuff. And I think that I can actually get to that point now that I'm confident that everything will output how it needs to for me to be appeased, I guess. I'm sorry. Okay, let's take lunch. I'll be back in 1 hour. I'm going to put up a timer so you guys know when I return, and I'll see you then. So enjoy a break from this insanity for 1 hour, and then we'll return to it. I guarantee. I'll be like, yeah, we're gonna render so much stuff. It's gonna be great, and then we'll just be moving individual pixels one at a time until 5 o'clock. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Bye for now. Hello, welcome back. Lunch is done. All right. All right. All right. Whoop, don't know why I did that. There we go. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back. Michelle has kindly requested a Larry link from Larry himself, so popping that into the chat. Enjoy. I suppose for anyone watching this, I can, let's see, I haven't used a text tool in this program yet. Do I have, where are you? Text. I was looking for a T, but it's an A. Let's see. Boop. Suppose I should see about changing that color so you can read that. There we go. That is a Larry link for you. And I'm not sure if I'll post this to my art page, but you can grab a link from there if I do. There we go. Leave that up for a second, even though you can just pause the video if you're watching this later. But yeah, it's in the chat if you're here right now. So I think I missed a couple of quick questions over the chat. Nothing major though, but just wanted to cover that in case. Let's see. There was a question about how long it takes for me to do a standard drawing. And it depends on what the asset is. Usually an item like a kit for the shop, or a piece of cheese or something like that. It's like half a day to make something on that scale. And then a mouse, which is kind of like one of the common things that I'll illustrate, would be usually 2 days nowadays, because we kind of like take a little bit of extra effort and put in kind of more kind of design around it all. Whereas back in the day when I was kind of a little less experienced, it would be a day usually for a mouse, but we kind of like put in a little bit of extra detail and effort, and so it generally goes 2 days. Same with like traps. Usually the first kind of half a day is kind of like laying out the sketch, kind of like shaping it up. And if you've been in my art streams before, you kind of get a good example of that process and how long it takes. But in the morning, I kind of like will do sketches and kind of like try a couple of different things, and then I try and have that sketch resolved with maybe the silhouette kind of flats painted in, so I can kind of like see the overall shape. And then after, I'll start rendering, and then I often will get pretty close to it being complete, and so maybe it's just kind of like a couple hours to touch it up. But depending on what the character is, how detailed we want it to be. Like if it's a boss, it's basically 2 days always, just because I like to kind of like go a little extra on all the cool details, and sometimes there's backgrounds and stuff like that. But on average, I would say, yeah, like a day and a half for mice and traps. Some take longer though. Some traps are extremely detailed, and it can take a while to kind of resolve the design and concept, and so that might take longer than half a day, and so that kind of just all kind of compounds. And then I might be like, I'm not like having a good art day, which happens, so it can be a little slower to kind of like get it to where I want it. But yeah, larger assets like mice and traps, I would say 2 days is pretty standard these days. And then there's stuff like interfaces and journal, like themes, banners, all kinds of different things. I actually, I've been working on producing a kind of like a document for the team, which outlines all of the different kind of files that we export for the project. So for a mouse, for example, we export kind of the in-game view as a JPEG, and that's at like 700 pixels by 1050, and then we'll export a silhouette version of that and a thumbnail at 80 by 80 pixels as a GIF with a 1 pixel black border around it, and then a PNG so that other artists can grab that and throw it into, you know, like a banner or fan page or whatever stuff, or just have a higher res version just to preserve it in our kind of you know, data bank or whatever. And then there's like a specifically cropped open graph image at 1500 by 1500, and so there's like all these really specific kind of outputs and stuff. So I've actually been putting together like a massive document for every single asset that we create for the game that like has had more than one of them created, and it'll have like the template files linked to it and all the kind of like rules around how to upload it and guidelines to designing it, stuff like that. So it's a big doc. I've been kind of chipping away at it here and there, but I think there's like, oh, I don't remember what the count was, but I think it was like 53 or more. I don't remember now, but like a good amount of like, these are all different assets that we create, and just kind of like all the different specs for that. But yeah, like HUDs are pretty unique in that every time we do one, it's kind of a different process. So like for this one, we haven't done a HUD that works this way specifically, and so, you know, a lot of HUDs take like 2 weeks to build up, because there's a lot of back and forth with artists and developers, kind of sketching stuff, like what I was talking about in the morning, working with Andrew, where we kind of like went back and forth with, you know, really rough drawings to kind of lay it out what we think it will need, and so that can be multiple days to kind of like iron out all the specifics, especially if it's something more like a gameplay HUD, like the floating islands, for example, was a really, really big HUD that required all 3 artists working on it to kind of like get it produced within a reasonable amount of time. But it was really cool that we could do that, and it came out really well. But yeah, so it can definitely depend on what the assets are, and kind of like if the process around it is really kind of well established. As you can probably see by my kind of methods today, this is a little more haphazard than when I create mice, which I have kind of more of a efficient process for, I would say. I kind of have an easier time just kind of like, all right, sketch, and don't like that, start a new layer. Maybe I like the direction of this sketch, so I'm going to kind of make a copy of that and try different things, and I can revert back to the previous one if I prefer that. Whereas this, there's just kind of a lot of, I can't just hold shift. Hey, Charlie. A lot of kind of back and forth. Hey, I can't see. Maybe. Hi. Charlie actually had some teeth pulled not too long ago, so she's still having her stitches in her mouth kind of being dissolved, so she's being just a little bit extra affectionate and cuddly. She's also getting nothing but delicious wet food, so she's very happy about that. But thankfully it doesn't seem to be bothering her very much, does it? Nope, you don't want to kiss her. Okay. You just want to stand in front of screens and walk on me. Alright, go ahead. You good up there? Well, Charlie, everybody. Or just her butt. Yeah, so it's all over the board depending on what it is. But yeah, items are, we can usually do like 2 of those a day, which is nice because, you know, sometimes we like to throw a whole bunch of items into the game at once. Alright, so I was going to create a little kind of window for this to sit in. So just so that I have a quick detail of it, each panel is going to, when it's output, be 150 by 173, so that when I like pass this on to Andrew, I can be like, here's the exact kind of spacing between them. Now what's kind of interesting is this green bar, when kind of compressed down, 13 pixels on the 13th birthday. Coincidence? Yes. That's kind of funny. All right, so that just makes me want to like do the outline of this as 13 pixels. So let's see, this is, can I just make a selection of this folder? I can. All right. Well, then in that case, let's expand the selected area by 53 pixels. I think that should expand at 53 on each side. And then let's give it a beveled edge. I guess we can't choose what that angle is, but let's see what we get. All right. That might be a bit thick. Let's do a... yeah, that's a new layer I created for this. Just grab this color. And knock that back a bit. I feel like it might be like half that thickness might be better, but yeah, happy accidents. Yeah. But yeah, Charlie's being a trooper. She like really doesn't seem to be bothered by having 3 teeth pulled, which is awesome. In fact, like the day she got back from the dentist, she like tried to steal like a Dorito chip from me, or a tortilla chip, which would be probably the worst thing she could bite down on. So definitely prevented that from happening, which is great. But yeah, the vet was like, yeah, she's probably not going to want to eat it all, but that was a lie. Or rather, just very inaccurate. So I don't know. I kind of feel like that might be a bit big. So let's see. Maybe 24 would actually be better. That might be a bit too small. Again, I wish I could just hide that selection. Let's go for 32. So, deselect, erase, grab a selection of that folder, expand by 32. Oop, gotta actually select that, 32, and kapow. Actually, I'm gonna just lighten the color here instead of lowering the transparency. There we go. I like that. I feel like that's a little more balanced to me anyways. Awesome. Okay, so I'm probably going to adjust this panel, but that's more of a kind of like final pass on the rendering. This I'm probably going to widen, not important right now. This kind of window is what it needs to do, I think. That's pretty ideal. So I think the next thing, finally, is to actually try and kind of render out one of these boxes to make it the kind of like, this is just the backdrop for the item, right? And what I'll probably do when I actually pass this on to Andrew is make it so that whatever is baked into the absolute background is kind of like the default for these. So either it could be like the sold out version or just the like not selected version. And then when you mouse over it, it kind of like has an image that pops up on top of that probably. And again, I guess it doesn't make too big a difference if it's baked in or not, but that's just kind of one of the ways we've done it before. Maybe the sold out works best then, because those won't have any interactions. So that actually makes sense. And then I could do kind of like different sold out signs in different spots, and if we wanted to kind of like switch them around, that might look more interesting. Okay, that's how I'll do it. So the very base layer of it will be the sold out version of a panel, right? So to start, I'm going to set the transparency on the layer as preserved, so I can, just kind of draw. Oh, well, it's not very useful because it's drawing the background color, but I can draw, and I've done this in every stream where I show that, yeah, I can't draw outside of the pixels. Cool. So let's start with kind of choosing a backdrop color. I don't want to go too dark right now, just because it might be a bit hard to see. So actually, this is honestly probably a better color for it here, this gray, at least to start. So I'm going to pop a layer on top of that, and then clip to layer below. So this is the same thing that happens in Photoshop when I hold Alt and click between the layers. It just is kind of displayed in a different way. So now I'm on a different layer, but it has the exact same effect of I can't draw outside of, again, I used the color, outside of this panel. I can't really show it effectively, but you get what I'm saying. All right. So let's just take a quick sketch of this. So I'll just use black. Again, I'm like trying to, I have to get used to that. Trying to do straight lines using the shift trick, but it does not work that way. All right, so we're gonna have kind of like where the item sits. So it'd be like some kind of like, hey, it's a family-sized chip bag kind of looking thing, right? Only I guess it's full of cheese, variety of cheese. Oh, another thing that I really like about this program, but apparently you can do the same thing with Photoshop if you set up the right hotkeys, is you can switch your color to just alpha down here. And I have a hotkey set up for that. Just O, so I can swap between them. But when it's set to alpha, it erases using the exact same properties as the brush itself, which I think is a really nice and handy way to kind of illustrate. Because you could have kind of like a cool textured brush and use that to cut away at the image. And it is actually a bit faster when you get used to it. My smudge brush is not as good. It's better than the base smudge brush that I had from Clip Studio's like basic smudge brush, but like the way it worked in Photoshop was just a little more controlled, and it smudged just a little bit more effectively, at least how I like to use it. But playing with some of the settings, it's kind of like I'm figuring out how to kind of like adjust them a little bit better. So I think I just need to kind of like fine tune it a little bit more, or just kind of tweak the base of the brush a little bit. But it's close enough that it works pretty effectively still. It's just like if I make it really small, it kind of stays a certain thickness, which is a little bit tricky. Yeah, so the idea, this is some kind of chip bag or whatever. Chiz snacks. Sure. And then, it'll have kind of like the coiled, rod that's gonna pop it out from, its tray. Maybe there's just like, instead of a full wall divider, maybe there's just this kind of like lip kind of between them. And one of the things I'm thinking is maybe there needs to be kind of like, some stuff visible behind, which is kind of interesting because, I'm imagining each of the kind of designs to be, different from each other, where like one might look like, a generic chip bag, but then another maybe looks like some kind of weird, bottle of something, or chocolate bars or something. I don't know if that's what we'll do. I'm going to be chatting with the art team to see, but that makes me wonder if, should this illustration of the item look like it has other versions of that same item behind it? Or should the kind of like base background have just kind of like items that are vaguely there? Or should it just not bother with that detail, and just kind of like keep it very focused on this specific item? I feel like this is probably the best way, where it's just like, yep, you see what the item is. You don't need to see that there are other items behind it. You know how a vending machine works. Cool. And then, it won't feel weird if it just, doesn't disappear and you see another one appear and it goes infinitely. I don't know. But yeah, I think that's fine. Just the one. It'll be easier for the artist to draw. Also, when and if it gets kind of like a cute little animation, it will look just more appropriate. That it's not like a huge stack of these all moving perfectly together. If it's just the one, that's fine. So this is 175 pixels tall. Wait. Hang on. Oh, I was looking at horizontal, thinking it was vertical. Oops. 130 or 132. Close enough. Okay, so this is good. This actually is not a bad height. We're not going to be cutting off any of the product label down there. I don't think, like, I'll be like, hey, make sure to not put the important details of the packaging down at the bottom, which is easy enough to avoid. It covers over it just a little bit, which is perfect. And yeah, all right, so we'll just do a quick layer on top. There we go. All right. And yeah, I'm not sure, should this be like to the side like this maybe? It'll probably want to be wider. Oop. I mean, maybe it goes across the whole bottom. I don't know what the costs will be like, but I don't think there will be like 3-digit prices. Like, I imagine it'll range anywhere between 1 token to 99 tokens, but most likely lower than 99. I don't think it'll be like, yeah, you need to spend 386 tokens to buy one item. That probably doesn't seem like an ideal kind of balance. So it doesn't need to be super wide. The token count makes sense if that's wider, because I imagine if you save them up over the entire event, it's possible, depending on what the balance is, maybe you have 4 or 5 digits. I don't think it'll get crazy high, but I don't know what kind of quantities we're going to be using for this. But at least, 4 or 5 characters wide, just to be on the safe side. Although I really doubt it'll get that high. But yeah, probably only need like 2 characters. So yeah, this one wide enough. This one could make more narrow if we want. And yeah, like, do we want it maybe off to the side, centered? I suppose I could look at a vending machine, see what the kind of like generic vending machine would do. Yeah, I suppose, here's a thought. Often, the spiral thing would not get in the way, right? Like, it's going to dispense over top of this, right? So that's a thought. Which is still fine. Can make that just eat up a bit of the height. Huh. Yeah, okay. This is why it's important to look at reference. Okay, so the spiral could be bigger, I think, because it's going to be holding these like giant chip bags potentially. Like I'm picturing these as like family pack things. So if it actually dispensed that, it would probably be pretty large. Yeah, looking at a vending machine with similar dimensions actually that like has just chip bags just filling that entire space, which actually is pretty good. In which case, this bar kind of would be like across the whole bottom like that. Which is fine. We can do that. It just means there's a lot more width than height. Yeah, okay. That is an interesting concept. Fighty. Yeah, because like, so one of the ways we could do it is when you mouse over or you click on one of the products, the kind of panel over on the right would show you the cost. And so then it would be beside the token. That's kind of neat. And I think that works effectively on browser because you can just kind of like move your mouse over it really easily and see that changing. My one challenge with that might be on mobile. You don't have kind of that mouse over ability. You have just kind of click. And so what would happen with that is what we want the action to be is when you click on an item in the vending machine, it'll pop up the kind of like confirm a purchase interface where you could like change the quantity and stuff like that. So ultimately, when you click on it, you'll see the price then. But I kind of don't want it to be the case where like if you're trying to decide between different snacks, you would have to kind of like click it to see how much it costs, close it, click that one to see how much it costs, close that. But yeah, like I think it would look cooler, it would work better, but only better for browser probably. And it is a little bit extra work on the dev side to make it work that way. So although I think it would make a cleaner design just to make this cool and interactive, I am a little bit concerned that for mobile it just makes it slightly more annoying to use, and we don't want that, I guess. I wouldn't imagine anyways. Yeah, Yeah, yeah. So it would just kind of like make it just slightly more annoying, unfortunately. Because I like that. I think it'd be fun to have like maybe if you don't have anything selected, it's just like a smiley face or like a little cheese, just kind of LED kind of scrolling or who knows what, you know. But again, that's also like if we have extra time, that's kind of the fun additional juice on top that's neat to include. But yeah, I worry that we don't have that kind of like extra time to do that. Any extra time that we do have, I want to kind of like put towards new kind of gameplay and improving other things. As fun as I like that, I do like that idea. So yeah, it's just trying to minimize the kind of like, oh, maybe we should have, you know, done it this way or that way. But, yeah. All right. So this might just be that tall, right? And you know the cheese or the snack might be drawn at a smaller size or shrunk just a little bit more. Now, like one of the things about it is it's like they're going to be really pretty spaced out with it like this. So I'm kind of like, I don't know if I like that. It's almost like it could be like 4 and 2, like 2 rows of 4, but then it's like a really weird, very horizontal layout. Yeah, I think I'll just have that overlapped. It's fine, because I actually kind of like it blocking a bit of it. Maybe we're looking up at it, so the bottom is cut off a little bit. And again, it doesn't need to be like perfect logic or anything. But if we have it kind of laid out like this, it makes it feel like it's kind of like above you and you're looking up at it, which, I don't know, that's interesting, I suppose. All right, how tall are you? So 134. Yeah, I look at this H and think it's height, but it's horizontal and vertical. So I need to remember that. So yeah, 134, which is not good enough. I could shrink that by like 2 pixels though. Alright, so I'll make a selection outside of that. And zoom in enough to make sure I'm working where I need to. 1, 2, bam. Select. Zoom out. Awesome. All right. And actually, I think I'll make the dividers on this layer as well. Yeah, that makes sense. So let's see. Let's make this one go up. To here. And we'll make it so close. It's going to make it 32 pixels. All right, I can do that. Okay, aliasing is off. Good. All right. And then I'm just going to move this to center it. I didn't actually check how wide it was, did I? No, it's 32, right? Horizontal 32, yeah. Okay. Okay. That is fine. Just kind of doesn't look perfectly centered. So I'm just wondering if the guides aren't like able to be pixel perfect. No, that's more centered. Okay. I think I was just looking at it a bit odd. All right, now if I move this, oop, I'm supposed to duplicate it. All right. And oh, one thing I need to do when I look at it is realize that where the blue cuts off from the black, that's actually the center line right there. So I lost count. It's supposed to be over by 16. Okay, there we go. And is this? No, that's not actually centered. Because I'm like looking at the black line as the center, but it's actually the edge of the blue. Sweet. Okay, so that's my divider now. I'm even going to move this over here. Because why not have it? Is there a gap there? Because we must have just been how I selected it. Or did it actually move? A mystery. Yeah, it is. It did move up one. Weird. Maybe I like let go of shift and that let it move before I dropped it, and it managed to shift a single pixel. If the top side of this is like off by a pixel, I'm actually not concerned about that, because that can kind of like blur all at once. It doesn't need to line up with anything, and in fact, when I render it, I'm actually going to have it kind of just disappear into kind of the shaded backdrop. So I think that that's not terrible. Maybe. It's super wide. It feels weird that there's going to be so much space between them. Another way I could do it is maybe like the like label is, you know, on the side here or something. Why am I not drawing? What's happening? I don't understand. Oh, it's drawing now. But like if the cost was like off to the side, but you know, like that feels like it's blocking it from exiting, so that doesn't make any sense. I think it's fine. I'm overthinking it, as I always do. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Cool. All right. Back to the sketch. So I'm actually going to just squash that down a little bit there. Yeah. So that like still looks fine, you know, like Actually, yeah, I think I could see the bottom of the product even. And what's kind of interesting is like when I have the other artists working on them, I'll be like, all right, this is the spiral thing that's going to go in front of the product. So now they know what to kind of like design around. I'm thinking maybe it should actually be like bigger. Or actually, since it's so wide, now I want to do the kind of double spiral. That actually seems more appropriate for like a heavy package of delicious cheeses. And that I think is actually more likely for something that huge. So it's kind of like the dispensers are on both sides and they just kind of push it out. And then it feels like it's taking the width of that better. And then, you know, maybe if there is kind of like a different size thing, maybe it will be just a central one. Does that make sense? I don't think it's the most common to see the double spiral thing, but it's kind of okay. And then my concern is, will this kind of block, more likely block the text? Though a central one also kind of, you know, just gets in the way. We'll make it pretty thin. I'm just kind of making it really obnoxiously large so I can kind of see what I'm trying to do with it. I think the double one just makes more use of that width, and actually it might be easier to keep it out of the way of the overall design. Let's just go with this for now. We can change our mind later. Yeah, cheese snacks. And then I'm thinking it'll probably have kind of like some lighting in here. And when we render these, we'll also need to kind of like plan for it to have, you know, slightly different lighting than we normally use, because when we draw like the mice and items, they're always just kind of in this like white void. And so I think we'll need to kind of consider that, nope, this is inside a kind of like vending machine in a factory off to the side. It's got like, you know, little LED kind of lighting inside or whatever. So it might be just handled a little bit differently how it's lit. But yeah, something kind of like that. And so when we don't have anything in here, I'm going to duplicate this layer and erase this product, but keep the coils where they are, right? And smudge tool isn't as good when it's in Photoshop. Hopefully I can get that where I want it. Okay, so do we want to kind of imply more of kind of like the like I imagine we would kind of like see the coil receding, depending on our angle. Like if we are looking kind of like head on, it might just kind of, you know, look more like that. Or if we're looking up at it, you know, be kind of going out of sight, which is kind of interesting. I feel like I see kind of like the top of it if I were looking at it like that, and then there could be just kind of like this dim kind of light or something like that here, right? And then when we have the product and you select it, you can imagine there being kind of like, you see, let's do this on this layer, like the light kind of turn on and the whole thing kind of is backlit or something. But then how does this play with the item itself? It might not be too bad. But yeah, I think we're going to expect to draw these kind of more head-on. I don't feel like looking up at the vending machine is particularly important or useful. So I think it's going to be more of a head-on, in which case it's probably tilted a bit anyways, so we'll see the coil kind of going upward ever so slightly. And I want to fade those out anyways. So this sketch here, I'm going to get rid of the coils like that, and that no longer works for me. And especially if it's like the empty version, I just think it being in shadow is even more appropriate. Like, it's totally just, you know, there's spider webs in it, it's been unused, so much so that the light inside is just gone. Now, okay, so here's another thought. When I have this beside two other panels, where are they? Oh no, they are turned on. What am I thinking? So like, for example, let's say this one is, you know, the one that's lit up. The challenge that I have with that is there's going to be just kind of like this potentially clear division, like just a wall. And maybe this is just kind of like the basic version. So like if they both had this, yeah, it kind of feels like there's just invisible divider already, right? Like a wall between them. So either when I render these, I make sure that they can kind of like merge into each other, no matter if it's sold out, inactive, lit, whatever. They need to kind of like be able to just swap with each other and look appropriate. In which case maybe the like, hey, cool, you're looking at this object. The lights might be like on these kind of walls here, or something like that, and just kind of spread to like fill the panel like that, maybe. In which case, product. Hello? Oh, I had it turned off. So there's our cheese snacks on that one. And then if I move that over here, cheese snacks on that one. And then if this is the sold out one, I'll still want to have just a little bit of the ambience floating across. So like, whatever that looks like. Maybe it just kind of goes into deeper shadow, and then there's kind of like a sold out sign. Yeah, whatever. Can't write in this. So that's kind of weird. Is there like some smoothing happening? I don't want snapping on this brush. I don't want that. Alright, let's see. There's kind of like subtool palette where you can kind of like really customize things, which is cool. There's no, maybe adjust by speed. Let's save those settings. Oh yeah, that actually does feel better. There we go. So, sold out sign. Sure. Let's see if the smoothing will make that a little better. So these are all unselected, right? And then let's say the one on the right, I choose that one. Let's triangle brush. And then I think the actual like priced panel here would also maybe light up too. So that could work. I don't know. Like maybe it would be better if there is kind of that full wall between them, so I can kind of like really knock this one out and just kind of make that lighting kind of like fill the whole space. Because right now I can't. If I like make it go really bright all the way to the the walls, which will kind of like really help it pop out and read very effectively. Suddenly anything on either side of this will feel like, wait, what's causing that light to not go past? So yeah, I'm thinking that I'll just have these walls extend all the way up. I just think that it'll be easier to kind of like make each of them feel separate from each other. So that's where I'm at with it anyways. And I'm sure there are vending machines that work with that. Surely. Not a lot, but this is MouseHunt. We change all of the rules. And just scrolling through vending machines and not seeing a single one that does it. Ah, well. Like maybe it goes up to like here. So it's just like you wouldn't want this to slump over and catch the edge of a different product and accidentally pull it off, you know? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? Just the idea that the lighting will be much punchier. Already, like when you're using a vending machine, it doesn't do this kind of weird, kind of like only the product you're buying lights up, you know. And another kind of odd thing about it is the lighting of the actual illustration probably won't change depending on what the lighting is. So it's going to be more about having the backlight of it, right? And maybe the actual like token cost glow to show you what you're doing. So that's where I'm at with it. I think it'll just, yeah. It's a number of times on this specific project, the answer we've kind of like decided and probably best practices to go with is this is the more kind of like efficient route, and it still will get the job done. So saves us some headaches. Although this needs to be extended. There we go. Good, good, good. All right, cool. Yeah, I think I need to play with some settings to make these kind of the way layers copy. I think I can tweak that. Jump over here. And zoom in. Yep. All right. Why is that extended above? Oh, how did I do that? This one's just short. Well then. Cool. We're good. Oh, my leg is falling asleep. Charlie fell asleep on my leg and cut off my circulation. Cool. All right. The actual panel color of this will probably be darker than the actual kind of inside of it. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know, I guess that the actual kind of like cubby or product hole. I never know what to call this. The box. I suppose I do want that to go into shadow. So maybe I don't want it to go darker. I don't need to worry about the color right now, actually. Let's give this a save. All right, and so now I'm just going to duplicate this down on top of the previous. And why are we looking? Oh, okay. So no, that was just a rendering issue. I was seeing kind of like a pixel on each side poking out, and that got me worried, but that's just the weird kind of rendering that it seems to have. So not thrilled about that. Again, I think that this is going to be better for illustration than layout. These walls are kind of thick too. Maybe I don't want them quite so thick. But again, you know, we're looking at this being zoomed out to this size. So that's like 4 pixels or something, like the 8 pixels. Not too thick. Just going to delete all these rulers. I don't need them. I think the rulers appearing on a layer at the bottom is a little easier for organization, because like otherwise I might have to just kind of like hunt around the file to find the other rulers that exist, like this one, just in case they was like set up to see across the whole file. I don't know, I guess it's situational. Sometimes it might be good to have it just hidden on one layer. So I don't think it'll affect really anything other than when I'm using that layer in the end. So ignore me. Cool. All right. Just want to verify. Yes, perfect. Okay. I was just checking to see if I moved it down 1 pixel. There was a pixel gap here, which there is, so I'm good. Now I'm just going to merge these together. Is that a bad idea? Probably, but I'm Jacob, so I do that. Hey. Yeah. It's so chunky now. I don't know if I like that. Merge it. I'll just make that into a folder. Not as confident with this as I am Photoshop, where I can kind of like just do things over again super quick and easy. So what I'm thinking is these are going to fall back. Actually, first let's maybe determine what kind of color I want for it. I'm thinking kind of just like the painted metal look. Just kind of like a slate gray that's, you know, pretty dark. Should be fine. It's kind of like in a more fun-loving but still industrial structure in the factory. Although it is kind of like more Wonka style. I just want these to fall back in a sense. Hide these old versions of that. So, thinking that obviously these coils are going to need to go in front of the product, right? So we're going to have the base backdrop, and that can change states between, you know, inactive, mouse over, lit, and sold out, I guess. Wonka style, so completely ignoring workspace safety regulations. Yeah. Although this design is not as wonky and Wonka. And I don't know, like the actual, like, the drawing of the factory is kind of like a weird mix of both. So I feel like making this very kind of like, you know, pipework and industrial feeling, but then it's like painted up to, you know, hide that in a way. So like the actual kind of like banner at the top, the kind of the logo, glowing logo, and the products inside are going to be weird and zany, but then it's inside this very kind of like boxy industrious kind of, you know, workhorse of a vending machine. And that's kind of like the aesthetic that probably fits with the rest of the kind of the area. As well, I am still planning on having that kind of like, you know, almost wallpaper and cafeteria floor kind of design around it, which will also help do some set dressing, which is fun. Yeah, so I think I'll be able to capture that in this design, which is good. So if I go with this kind of like metal gray. That actually works pretty well for that. And then I think this outer kind of seal makes sense to go like darker for that, because it's like, I imagine kind of almost what the glass is kind of glued into. It frames it, kind of like pops it out a bit. Yeah. And I'm actually wondering if the tops of these might be more interesting if they kind of fade like into the backdrop. But again, here's where that probably doesn't work. It feels more 3D there, but like when I put it in context of, is this no one? No. When I put it in context of kind of like the lit versions of things, it's now stark contrast. What I should do is have it almost fade into kind of like whatever the backdrop color could be, and just slightly darker than that maybe. Maybe more like that. And that kind of still works with the like the glowing, you know, version of it on where they're kind of separated out. Yeah, okay. I think it might be more how I make these panels stand out in front. So if I do something, I don't know, like this, I'm wondering if I even have enough height to show the cost now, because this is quite a bit taller. Let's see, do I have my text tool? Let's go white and sure. Oh, I see. Now what size is this? Size 30. Zoom it out. Okay, so that's pretty big actually. I don't think it needs to be, you know, that big. Like I think that a number of the HUDs that we do use, like the font size is like 9, which is really like as small as you can get. But now if I do that over here, let's say I change this color to white, which is what I thought I would have had. Hello, how do I change you? Oop. Okay. It might be a little bit tight. Didn't mean to do that on the same layer. I mean, the higher contrast does kind of help that actually. But like this could go up a little bit if we need to. Like I still feel like that looks like it would work. Move you down. And move you down. Come on. That's a big folder of a lot of crazy layers. Good enough. Okay. Sorry if none of this is very clear. Yeah, I'm thinking that could work, where it's kind of this shape. Let's just do this darker so it's easier to see what I'm doing. Where it kind of like bevels up, kind of mimicking these spirals, right? And it could even kind of dip down like that. Perhaps. If we feel we need just a couple extra pixels to work from. It's kind of okay. Maybe it's, you know, rounded up here or something. It's kind of unique looking, I suppose. Never seen a vending machine like it. Welcome to Narnia. It's probably a more reasonable number. I'm sure it won't even go this high, but who knows what the drop rate will be like. So, like maybe that will be bolded or something like that. Here's the tool. Bold. Okay, so I apparently need to have it like highlighted, which is kind of annoying too. Well, I'm gonna have to, I guess, kind of, if I export this, I'll have a better idea of if that's enough space to be visible. So I'm actually gonna turn the opacity real low on that, so I can kind of throw something on top, see if that looks okay. Same with this one. And then let us export single layer, PNG, save, yes. Huh, cool, that's weird, don't like that. Scale down, 100%. Yeah, that's actually still pretty big. I don't think that's going to be an issue. That's bigger than a lot of the text boxes the game has, to be honest. So I think that is probably more than sufficient. Like if I'm looking at like floating islands, where did this go? It's interesting because you can actually have like 2 windows of layers, which I think is really cool. But like sometimes if you like post something and it only changes the top one, it's like, wait, where is it in the file? You can just hide that way. So that's neat. Kind of like that. Easier to like move things between different spots when there's like a lot of layers like this. Let's move this to the top. Here, let's see. I'll scroll this one way up and find this down here and move this to the very top. Did that work? Oh, there you are. All right, and so that was brought in at 100%, but the file we're working at is 4 times that size, so I need to scale this up. Okay, so that's like a relative size. So, oh yeah, that's way more than we need. Okay, I don't think we even need to increase the height then. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. Good point about the number. Yeah, like having a little kind of cheese coin icon right beside it is a good way to state that it's the cost of it as opposed to what you punch in. Because you're right, whenever you use a vending machine, the number there, or A3 or whatever, is how you select it, and then it's like, this is the price, and you like insert your coins or card nowadays. Good point. Very good point. Okay. So yeah, we can have this kind of. I'm just gonna hide this extra layer view. I don't really use that right now. All right, so yeah, I mean, I can just grab this. And do I have to be on that layer to copy it? Probably. Paste that. Like, that's so tiny feeling. So, yeah, I mean, all right. Not too worried about making sure it's visible. Yeah, so it's like, make it something more like this. So this is, pardon me, gonna be like, if I do it as, let's see, would be good. I know, aspect type. This is width, so 162 and 100. As much as I want that good golden ratio, I'm just going to put it as 160. Okay. So here, this is kind of the actual panel size. It's not too wide where it is going to be enough to fit like 3 or 4 digits, but I really don't expect that's going to be a requirement of it. But it's certainly enough to kind of show the cost. Awesome. All right. And on top of that, I feel like I'm kind of going all over the place with these layers. I should probably bring it back down into an appropriate group. There we go. Turn your opacity back up. Okay. And so having the token although technically the actual illustration of the token, it's like pink and silver. Or sorry, no, pink and gold. I kind of like changed it to this green because I was thinking, oh, maybe this is going to look like a digital panel. But if we look at the sketch before all this transformation, this is the token that you collect in the game. So this is the visual for it. And it might be best to go back to this specific color set just so that it's really easy to know what it costs. Because if it's, if you're kind of like opening crates and seeing this pink and gold token, which is going to be smaller than this, and then suddenly you go into this new interface and it's this kind of green version, you might not be able to realize that this is the same item, but like the color scheme will help you understand that. So I'm just going to pop this up and over. Of course, the counter will need to also pop out. What is that? Maybe this layer? Probably this layer. Yes. Although that's just really sloppy. Yeah, alright. Sorry, rambling to myself as I do. Turn off aspect ratio. Yeah, it's snapping, that's okay. Copy and paste and put you above and erase. Paste that. Yeah, I think it's okay that's like keeping this color scheme. I might change it from being the green over the pink because that's kind of obnoxious looking. But maybe that kind of like ridiculous gaudiness is exactly what this kind of like really industrial looking vending machine requires to fit within the super brief factory, you know? But you know, maybe I'll shift this to like more of a gold to match the cheese on the inside. When you make a selection, it's kind of probably going to be more of a warm light. So that might be more appropriate. Let's see. This is something I do in Photoshop, but I'm not sure how to do it here. Let's see how to do that. Tonal correction sounds about right. Change the hue. So I am getting a lot of value sliding with this, which actually I believe is pretty similar to Photoshop's anyways. So that's not too bad. It's got basically the same sliders, really. Hue, saturation, luminosity, right? Right. Well, it's not exactly how I want it, but I can worry about that in a bit. I might just remake that layer anyways. So erase, just to get the shape real quick. Honestly, if I like forget to clean this up, then that's just a sign that it really wasn't super critical to get that perfect anyways. So a lesson for myself. Yep. Really not used to the way the create line using shift tool works, and I've looked at the settings to see if I can make it work closer to what I'm used to, but it does not appear to have that as an option. Okay. The number will need to increase and make bold. Can I just choose to do that without selecting it? That'd be grand, but no. So that's kind of an annoying thing about the text, is you actually have to select it, and I can't just like click and drag over. I have to double click and then click and drag over it. So there's a lot of little steps. Huh, okay. Yeah, it's not as good as the Photoshop tool, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I'll be relying on Clip Studio for doing layout stuff. But I am learning, so that's not a bad thing. TBH. All right, so Shift Control. There we go. So now I'm going to change this coin to reflect these colors, so that it's going to be way more recognizable. Because the green coin worked when that was green, but I don't think that that's going to be as clear as the pink and gold, especially since when you obtain it in game, it might be closer to seeing it at that kind of a scale. So that's kind of how the player might recognize it, which is important. Gotta communicate things consistently, right? So I'll actually grab the token and scale it probably just so that it's exactly what the player is used to seeing. But right now I'm just kind of doing an example of this because I'm actually going to want to run this by Andrew and see if he likes this kind of potential layout. And so kind of want this to just be glowing a little bit more. I don't like how dim it is, especially since we're going to slap an illustration on top of it, and that means that the lighting on the illustration on the bag itself, to fit here, I would need to darken it, right? We would need to render it in a dim light, and then when we light up the panel or the cubby with the item, it's going to be extra backlit if it remains dim. And I don't think I want us to have to illustrate each of them twice. Yeah, no, that's actually a neat idea, and I like that we're both just thinking out loud. But yeah, so what I'm thinking is I can keep the slots that have an item in it lit a little bit more. I don't want to have us render two versions of each item where it's unlit and lit. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go with a cooler light for the like non-selected, and then the ones that are selected, the light is more intense and warmer, and that kind of creates a bit of contrast with this cooler metal frame, I think. So the overall cool light across the whole thing inside will be kind of like blending into the overall design, and then when you make a selection, that warm light pops out. But it won't be this bright. So if I just hue shift this, say brightness, contrast, posterization, reverse gradient, that's kind of interesting. Level collection, correction. Okay. Some things that are pretty cool is like gradient maps and stuff. I don't really have a quick way to do an example on here to show actually what it's useful for, but it's a pretty neat thing that I've seen other artists use. So saturation could be low, but like bring up the luminosity a little bit. And so what I should do is I should just kind of like duplicate this everywhere, and maybe I'll kind of fill this in as if I illustrated it, let's say. Yeah, so it might be kind of relatively rendered in neutral light or something like that. I want you to be able to see this cool looking thing. I don't want it to be too obscured. It's exciting, it's bright and punchy. Something like that, sure. Delicious. Chesnicks. Sure, right? But yeah, basically, each of them are going to look fairly different color schemes, all kinds of stuff like that, right? So just at a glance, hopefully the color schemes and the designs will kind of like tell you where it exists, right? Like this feels like a labyrinth kind of, or like the desert mix, so it kind of should fit with Lost stuff right now, or the Rift one, you know. Maybe there's even like Rift clouds floating around it or something. You know, we can have a lot of fun with that. But the kind of like neutral lighting might make it work in all the lighting conditions that it should be subject to. So that's the sold out one. And then this should be the activated one. So let's move this over here. Move this over here. It's like, yeah, I think that works. You know, like if I'm looking at this, this one is not as kind of interesting as this one, right? And I think I'll when I set up the file for the artist to render, I'll like include all the different versions of this so that when they're rendering it, they can kind of like turn them on and off and swap what mode it's in to make sure it feels like it fits. So what I should do is probably group this and just duplicate it. It's going to be a messy, but probably the quickest way to just see. Now it's actually doing the copy that I would expect it to, but it doesn't always do this when I hold Alt. All right, cool. Wow, my navigator window is looking real weird. That's so interesting. Here, let me see if you can see this. It's a bit small, right? Oh, it fixed itself, but there was like, the bottom of this was peeking out in a weird way. Yeah, fixed itself. Okay, well, curious. All right. But yeah, here we can kind of like get an idea of what it could look like. It's kind of like, because they're all the same exact item, but I think it's a decent example to kind of like demonstrate what it might look like at the end of the day. Maybe I'll turn off that one, yeah. And then duplicate this version. Ugh. This like file is very messy. Also because I'm not used to the layout of the layers and how it looks. Yeah, so something like that. I don't like how gross this brown lighting is, and technically we don't even need to have this kind of like lit anymore because we don't have, they're partitioned from each other, so it's probably actually nice to get rid of that and have that kind of gray out. And I probably changed the lighting quality to be more kind of like this subtle soft glow lower down and behind it, and then this kind of like lights from the front and all the edges and stuff like that. Let's see, where are you? I'm going to do a copy of this so I can have another example. There's just folders and folders, and it's inconsistent now. So let's just move. Whoop. Yes, I do want to do that. Okay. Move this up. Oh my goodness. Oh. Yeah, I can just throw this outside of the main folder, so I know I can just delete it. Although I want it behind this. Yeah, this. It's actually doing it there. Okay. I'm rambling, but yeah, so this one, yes. All right, I'll just hide that for now. I just want to kind of get a feel of what this might look like. in kind of different parts of the vending machine. Which it's like, it works, okay. Yeah. I'm gonna change the colors and render it nicer. But I see that working. I think this like purpley background is just not quite there, but like with the sold out, with the kind of active, but like, or it's available, but not active, kind of, you know. I see it. All right, cool. I'm just going to delete this folder. Get out of here. Change layer name option in the layer menu. Yeah, like I should be able to just kind of name a folder, right? Don't eat this. Yeah. I'm terrible at actually bothering to name my folders. What's interesting is like the Photoshop one, it's like the layer name is like all that you see here. But now the kind of like the layer type is actually more prevalent than the layer name, which is kind of interesting, you know. So if I like switch that to an add layer, and it's at like 34% add layer. Now, like when I'm somewhere else, I can actually see that, which is actually kind of neat, you know. Being able to just kind of like look at this and see what the interactions are. So I know that this adds to anything else below it, which I think is actually kind of cool. I don't know if I agree with it being the top text and kind of like taking even more than potentially the name of the layer, but I don't disagree with it either. So that's kind of cool, actually. And like now I can just see like these feel faded or whatever. What's doing that? I can look up to the folder up here, and if that was a lower percent, there we go. That's the one that I needed to move up and not make an add. Should be through, yeah. Because so through, you could do normal, right? But what it does is that makes all of the layers within it only affect each other with their kind of special elements. So if I made this an add or glow dodge or something like that, see how bright that is? I believe if I'm contradicting myself now. Oh wait, no, okay, if I make this through, it'll actually look a little different. Nope, I'm wrong. Okay, well, there's something about that, but I don't know. Maybe it's only when there's like transparency behind it. Who knows? Not I. All right, we're at 4 o'clock, and I can kind of feel my brain melting a little bit, not gonna lie. HUD work can kind of do this to me because I'm so just like all over the place. But I think what I have here is actually at a state where I can share this and get the feedback it'll need to take it to the next level. One of the things that it doesn't have is if we wanted to like, you know, do something kind of like fun with the name up here, you know. Yeah, so if we wanted to like name it the Vendinator 5000, have it like dripping. That's super birthday, right? You know, we could figure out something like that. I don't think we would want to go with this one specifically, but it just as a silly example. Looks great. Well, thank you, actually. Yeah, so we could like play around with ideas for that. This, I want to like, render it so that it looks like one of those push panels, right? And maybe it would, say push on it, right? I should probably make sure I'll do it as a layer above it. So many like layers that feel like they're all over the place. Let's see. I actually adjust by speed. Let's turn that off. Yeah, that feels so much better. Okay, cool. Turn it back on just to. Yeah, it's got like a weird kind of like blending or smoothing thing that happens, which feels inaccurate. So I'm gonna default that off. And then this will probably be kind of knocked down so it's just slightly visible. And then, I think it would probably be just a little bit wider. Here's a question. Can I? Nope. Okay, it doesn't work that way. Photoshop, when you like move a copied selection, if you adjust the selection around that, like remove part of the selection, it actually erases that portion, which is kind of cool. Did I actually move the bit on the right? Ew, feels like I didn't now. Okay, but yeah, so a lot of differences with the program, and I'm not. Thank you. I'm not like sold on parts of it, especially for doing kind of layouts like this. But at the same time, Photoshop has just been getting more and more kind of like frustrating in terms of kind of like, I don't know why, but like it seems to just kind of like cause my computer to freeze and weird things like that. I tested my RAM on my computer last night, and that wasn't an issue, but I am going to kind of run some other diagnostics to see if perhaps that is something that can help it. So, we'll figure out what is causing issues with it, and I'm definitely going to be continuing to learn Clip Studio because I am actually learning it to do like animation and stuff like that, because that's exciting and fun to work on. But yeah, I think that this has been a interesting experiment, but ultimately probably not the be-all end-all tool that I will convert to. Oh, what was that? Don't like what it just said. It is like recovering. As well, one of the cool things that I like to use, and other drawing programs have this, but there's a thing you can do where you like fade your last brush stroke. So in Photoshop, I'll like, fill in something really aggressively and then hit Control-Shift-F, and it gives me like a quick little slider, and I can just kind of like fade between 100% opacity of what I just put down and 0%. So that gives me even more kind of like fine control. I don't use it too much, but when I do, it's awesome, and I love it. But this doesn't seem to have that off the bat. Maybe there is something that does that. I just haven't figured it out. So I missed that as well. But yeah, no, like a lot of cool things that I like, but it does feel like it offers stuff that Photoshop doesn't have. But at the same time, do I change this to the foreground color? How about just whatever color I have selected? Can I do that? Advanced settings. Specified color. No. No, specified color is subdrawing color. Okay, well, that's a choice. Like, it'd be kind of neat if one of these settings was just like whatever color I have currently selected. That would be nice. That's fine. Just means I have to make that selection on the correct version of that, right? Oop. And yeah, so yeah, still a lot to kind of like figure it with it. I'll be keeping at it, but yeah, it's fun. I like it, and you know, one of these days I'll actually like do an animation with you guys. I do want to animate the horn. That could be ridiculously train wrecky, just like today has been. But yeah, I'll probably use Photoshop for the fine tuning, pixel perfect stuff. Although I have managed to keep it where I need it to be, I think, in this case. But another thing that Photoshop has that I haven't figured out how to do in here, which it might have, is like slicing up files, so that I could like create a kind of like selection like this, and then I could have multiple different selections, and when I go to export the file, it like actually exports each of those slices individually with their own specific settings. And that's awesome. I use it for the mobile map and for special HUDs that require unique interactions. So, it's pretty useful. Where is the layer? This one? Yeah. Okay. So I'm sure there might be something that can do that here, but I haven't found it yet. Not that I've searched for it, I haven't needed it at the moment. But other HUDs would require that. But yeah, doing like text layout and just even being able to hold shift and draw a line. I like the speed at which I can do that in Photoshop. So yeah, it's neat. I will be figuring out more potential with it soon, but I think at this point I've kind of done what I need to for this. It's certainly not rendered out where it needs to be, but that's more of a next week thing. Today was more like I need to verify all of the dimensions and where things are positioned skeleton-wise, so that Andrew can like actually plug in and get things going. And then next week is about just kind of like doing the render pass, which unfortunately you won't get to see live. But I think this is going to look really cool in the end. It doesn't look good right now. I don't like how it looks at the moment, but that's fine. That's how HUDs are. It's like the bad sketch, right? Until we get to do the final, like, everything's good. Make it look nice. There's no point in kind of like putting in that effort only to be like, oh, we got to like design this whole thing and throw all that work out. So that's kind of once it's all kind of like confirmed, then I'll get to do that version of it. And you'll get to see it relatively soon. So birthday's coming up. But yeah, I think I'm gonna kind of call it, because I don't want to melt my brain. Although I think I do have to do. Let me see. Okay, deselect. I'm just gonna save that again. You know what? Okay, Clip Studio format. Just making sure. Cool. Okay, save. Yes, I will in fact replace that just in case. All right, so that is now confirmed saved as the correct file type, because if I turn this off, or I close this file and then I open it, it's just a PNG, I would be very upset at this point. I'd be able to work with it, but like the way I've messily made this happen, that would be an issue. Okay, so this is where we were before, right? It's definitely not significantly different, but it is enough different that there is actually something to make sure works. What I'm really thinking right now is we could really quickly take a look at this one. This one. Okay, so this was before I had the token illustration. Wow, it's blizzarding out. That's a lot of snow. Sorry. So this was before I had the actual assets, but we've had to kind of like make an area where you interact with this in the gameplay HUD on browser, right? So I'm thinking this will be kind of like what the panel looks like here, right? So I'll illustrate this to kind of fit appropriate dimensions, and then make that, you know, work here and kind of like work them back and forth so they look, you know, cohesive. So when you see that, you know that's the vending machine. And of course the token will, you know, be this token, right? And so what we've done is, yeah, we've kind of widened out the panel. You know, like it used to be there was a lot more sky visible, but to fit this, we had to switch it. So we're also going to have to extend the pipe. So I'm going to have to I'm going to have to clean that up and send Andrew a different version, which is not work on his end. It's fine because it's the pipe fills, thankfully, just based off of percentage of the file dimension. So it won't really change the backend code, which is awesome. We are adding another cheese. Doesn't look like that, but that'll be interesting. So I had to kind of make space for that. And probably going to shift these around. This is just a sketch of the potential layout for this. But now, here is the browser version. Is it in the vending machine file? Maybe. Aha, it is. So one of the other things that I'll need to do is make it work in the browser or the mobile. Grab the right layer. Make it work in the mobile version of it, right? So what we're going to be doing, I think, is extending this top panel. Sorry, there's just some chat going on. That's fun. All right, sorry. So extending this to be like 3 rows probably. So basically moving the golden ticket up 1 to be with the token at the top maybe. And then so we'll have the 2 cheese and the charm filling that, right? It'll push everything down a little bit, which is unfortunate. I don't know if I want to do that, but that might be the best choice. And then the way you actually access the vending machine would be down in the rewards area. So up at the top, you can click on any of these to kind of like get information on it. Although I suppose you click on the cheese and charm to earn them from here, right? But like clicking on the golden ticket doesn't take you to where you can spend it. But if you go down here and click on the rewards, you can actually go to the shop where you can spend it, right? So it's consistent with the current design if we do it that way. As well, if the vending machine like button to go into the vending machine was up at the top, it kind of makes it feel like it's the most important thing, and I don't necessarily want to sell it that way. It's kind of more of a bonus, and the golden tickets are still kind of like the main thing, the big ticket item, right? So, you know, we might like move the rewards to kind of like be more, you know, vertically spaced, and then have like the little vending machine image here or something fun like that. So I need to kind of whip that up. Yeah, I don't know if I have the capacity to do that at this moment. I think that might be a Monday morning thing, because like we kind of know what we want to do with that. Yeah. Yeah, and if I do that, I'm probably going to want to do that like in the actual file, do it properly instead of just sending a quick sketch over and have to redraw that, because we both kind of like think it'll work well that way. So we'll just sort that out properly. Okay, so rambling aside, I hope that you guys enjoyed yourself with this insane train wreck of a day. HUDs aren't kind of like the easiest thing to stream. They're very kind of, you know, little tiny kind of back and forth. Maybe not the most entertaining for everybody. I'm sure some of you guys enjoyed yourselves with it, and that's good. I'm glad. Yeah, do like the vending machine. All right, thank you very much. Yeah, no, I should be streaming next week actually, so I'm not sure what we'll be rendering, but I am going to see if I can set up a art contest, and that could be fun. So we might talk about that next week if I can get that all sorted. I'll probably do something more like a, you know, item illustration or something fun, like a trap design, or who knows, right? I don't know, maybe we will do more HUD stuff, but I don't want to do that back to back necessarily if that's not everybody's content. I did notice that the viewer count has been lower for this kind of content specifically than other art days. So, but yeah, I just ramble away. No, I'm glad. Like, I love that you guys and gals and everybody just kind of hangs out and, you know, just listens to me just rambling and, you know, go about your day. That's actually how I prefer it. If you just kind of hang out and look over every once in a while and share your feedback and input and what you like and what you think doesn't work, I'm all for it. Art context? Art contest, yeah. Let's see, do I have the Larry link copied still? Just in case anyone missed it, I will post that Larry link. Sorry, I just had to respawn real quick. Okay, Larry link. Copy. Paste. Here we go. All right. So yeah, I'm not going to post this image to my art page. It's such a work in progress. It's not something that I think will, you know, be that awesome. I'm just going to leave that text up there though. The Ventilator 5000. It's a very wide unit, you know. It's heavy with cheese. Save. Yeah. Again, you know, thank you so much for hanging out, keeping me company while I work on this and you know, learn a completely different program, which is so close to how I'm used to it working that it's actually like more challenging to work with than if I had to learn a whole new program almost. But it was fun. I enjoyed myself. You know, I expected it to be kind of a ridiculous, just kind of manic time, and I think I delivered on that. So, Anyways, I appreciate you, and thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you next week, probably. So until then, happy hunting, stay safe, wear a mask, social distance, all that goodness. And see you then. All right. Bye for now. Bye-bye. Bye now. Bye-bye. Bye.